All right. All right. Welcome to your channel, Clear Waters. Thank you for this lovely day. Welcome to your channel. Tonight, the topic, cross-examining God believers. And yes, non-believers also. I could be wrong. So, one caller at a time. Tonight we're gonna do something different. That discussion from yesterday made me think a little bit. I think we gotta find some proper ways to have conversations about these topics. So we're gonna try something different today. In a few minutes here, I'm gonna present to you a structure to have a conversation about this important topic, about believing in gods, which could be problematic. I changed that. Could be problematic in my point of view. Diva Don't Play, welcome to the live stream. Javier, you just just to let you know that right now it's 8 p.m. Eastern time, not 7 p.m. Blessings. Thank you. Appreciate it, Diva. Let me check on that right now. You're not the first person that tell me the same thing. I think I already checked. Time in Panama. Panama is 7:15. Something is wrong. I don't know. It says 7:15 Eastern time. We are -5 hours from UTC time. So maybe it's what's it called? Change of hour or something like that. Mr. King David 7MU. Thank you for stopping by. Cross-examining believers. And yes, non-believers too. Because non-believers could be wrong. So I think we gotta do this fairly, right? If I'm gonna ask you questions as a believer that you can be, how about you can ask me questions too? I'm probably wrong. You could be wrong. I could be wrong. How about we have some structured conversation about this topic? A little bit more tuned conversation, and trying to avoid getting into speeches or what I call preaching. When it comes from the believer, is preaching. When it comes to the non-believer, is speech. So let's see who wants to participate in this important conversation. This is not a debate. Once I present to you this structure that I'm presenting right now as a way to have a conversation, I'm gonna put this on my face. I gotta find another microphone. I apologize for this, but this is what I got right now. So, Mr. JRK1, thank you for being here. Jay says, like, share, sub, and comment. The truth will set you free. Thank you, Jay, for being on the live stream. Mr. Phantom X, man, thank you for being here on the live stream. Appreciate your comments, your views. Does Panama do daylight savings? No, we don't. We don't do daylight savings. 7MU, Converse Station. So if it's okay with you, let's wait just a few more minutes and I will present to you this structure. In case you want to call in, I'm gonna receive one call at a time and have a conversation for 15 minutes with that person from my point of view as a non-believer or a doubter, and you are a believer. This is not a test. This is not a trying to prove you wrong. This is not a debate. This is some organized, structured conversation. And then we're gonna take it to someone else. We're gonna have to try to have fun with this at the same time. Try to learn something, at least myself. Sometimes in the discussions that we have, it's hard for me to grasp everything that we're talking about. So I'm trying to have a conversation in a structured way. So I'm gonna do my little presentation about how we're gonna do this in case anybody wants to participate, and then we take the calls. How's that? Diva don't play 8:15 Eastern Standard Time in America. Okay, Diva, just to check, Google is telling me that it's 8:19 Eastern Time. I think there's a difference between Eastern Time and Eastern Standard Time. I'm not sure. Yeah, everything points out as Eastern Standard Time as being 7:19 right now. So we gotta check on that. Oh, okay. Okay, that explains it, Dan. The daylight saving on your side. We don't have daylight savings here in Panama. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, Diva, and thank you, Phantom X, for helping out on that one. Appreciate your feedback. So we're gonna wait what, 2.5 more minutes, and then I'm gonna present to you what I call the rules. You know, these are recommendations. This is not a, you know, you don't have to. It's just for fun, and also to try to provide something of value for myself and for whoever wants to participate in this live stream. You know, if we're gonna make money, man, let's make it worth it for you and for me. Whoa, Rainbow Shangila, send me a glass rose for 100 jewels. What is that? Send glass rose. Okay. I'm new to this because I was recently informed by YouTube that I'm a partner. So I guess, I don't know, people can send me presents. So I gotta find out what a glass rose is. 100 jewels. What can I buy with 100 jewels? Thank you, Rainbow Shangri LA. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. You're the first present that I ever get. Perfect. Thank you. So within less than 1 minute, and then we go to this presentation on how we're gonna do this live stream tonight. Let's make it different. A bit more organized on the discussions and conversations. I appreciate everybody that participates on the chats. If you're only watching, maybe you're driving and just listening, everybody that calls in, I appreciate it, because even when I was doing this with 0 viewers for months, you know, I think it's way more fun with people participating, and there's way more value because of the different perspectives, different opinions. Diba Don't Play is asking, here's a question. Since Adam and Eve, has there ever been a time period proven to exist when there was more atheists than theists in the world? I would guess never. Hold on to those questions, Diba Don't Play. Maybe you want to participate in this conversation that we're gonna have right now. So that's enough time of waiting. So anybody that wants to jump in, they later find out what's the rules of this conversations that we're gonna have right now. So I'm gonna present to you in the screen for anybody that wants to call in and have a conversation, one caller at a time. So we're gonna have a conversation one-on-one, believer and non-believer. And notice that I said conversation. This is not a debate. And I say conversation because on debate, most of the time, you're not gonna learn anything. At least myself, I cannot tell you, but myself. For the thousands of hours of I've been listening to debate, I can tell I never learned anything. Pretty much. So anyways, the rules are cross-examination for 15 minutes. So if you're a believer, you can call in. I'm going to ask you questions for 15 minutes, right? Number 2, the questioner, myself, ask one question. The answerer, I don't know if this is correct, the answerer must respond with one word or one sentence. No speeches, no preaching, no long ASS answers. Number 4, the questioner might then ask another question or say, elaborate. And then you can elaborate. If you decide to elaborate, which is number 5, the answer gets up to 60 seconds. Or 1 minute. No interruptions. Number 6, if the answerer believes the question is unclear, they might request a rephrase. Maximum 3 rephrase requests per question. After the third rephrase, the answerer must answer or pass. And number 8, a pass is allowed and counts as a no answer. After 15 minutes of this cross-examination, the roles switch. Now, I'm going to be the answerer and you can ask me whatever you want in relation to being a God non-believer or a doubter. How's that, huh? Does that sound like fun and interesting? I don't know. Trying to come up with something different, you know? Excuse me. So, this is not like I'm going to ask you questions and you're not going to get to ask me anything. For 15 minutes, I ask you questions. We follow these rules, you know, or recommendations, rules. And then we switch the roles and you can ask me anything you want and I will follow these rules. One more thing. Some observations or recommendations too. Number 1, no question stacking. You know, like 3, 4, 5 questions in the same time. Number 2, questions should not contain speeches. You know what I'm talking about. Those really, really loaded questions. Number 3, answers first and explain if requested by the questioner. Number 4, ask clear questions. And number 5, provide direct answers. Very simple, at least in my opinion. So here's the timer that we follow, each of us, and then we let someone else take turns. I was considering using a poll to see, you know, what people think about the conversation, and then allow another person to replace one of the questions. Even myself, you know, I can allow another person to participate. Actually, you know, if there's someone that is a non-believer and wants to participate, by all means, I let the person then participate as a questioner and answerer. So Phantom X is on the line. Phantom X, I know most likely you're a non-believer, and let me bring the your microphone up. Hold on. You there, Phantom X?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Before we get started, is there any way you could share the timer through the Discord so I can see it in live?
How in the world do you do that?
If you share your screen for the timer app.
Oh, okay.
If it's
yeah, let me see.
Then
if,
I would be able to see it and not have to, because there's a delay on the YouTube.
Hold on. Discord. Where's Discord? Here it is. No, this is not gonna work.
If you can't, that's fine.
Yeah, I thought that by turning on the virtual camera, we'll be able to see it, but it's not coming up. So I will have to work on that. Sorry.
No problem.
All right. If you don't mind, Phantom X, I will be the first person participating as a non-believer. And then if we can have a believer call in, maybe Diva wants to participate, or anybody that is a believer wants to participate on the screen. You're going to see the rules. Very basic, nothing, you know, too complicated. And these are recommendations just to follow a very clear conversation without speeches, preaching, yelling, screaming, because it's very structured. So 2 people first, and then we allow another believer and another non-believer, as in right now, Phantom X is already in line as a second non-believer for a conversation. So if anybody that thinks that God is real, God is alive, and you would like to have a conversation, again, this is not debating, this is not a yelling match. This is a clear conversation, at least for myself, in order to understand very clearly your points about your beliefs about God. Because I still tell people that I see a possibility that there could be a God out there. I just don't see it. Maybe you can explain it to me in this structured way, where I ask you a question and you answer the question. Then we switch roles and you ask me a question and I answer your question in, again, a structured manner. BX Blues. You going to participate, my friend? Any believers that want to participate in this conversation?
I believe BX Blue is a believer.
I'm sorry?
I said I believe BX Blue is a believer.
I think BS Blues, if you can hear me, your mic is muted. If you want to participate, just let me know. Or probably you're just there to listen. Welcome Del Joseph to the live stream. Guilty of being right. Wendy Kirkland. Thank you for joining this live stream and this conversation about this important topic about believing or not believing in God. Right now, this is an attempt to have a clean, transparent, simple to understand conversation about two different and almost totally opposite points of view about the beliefs in God, or I'm sorry, belief in God. Jeremy Watford, welcome to the live stream. We're waiting, Dragon Karatzik, welcome to the live stream. We're waiting for a believer that would like to participate in this conversation. I don't know why people want to call in when we have been live streaming for 3-4 hours. How about we call in at the beginning of the live stream? Again, if you're thinking about participating and you are a little bit nervous about calling in, I do my best to treat people with respect. And this is not to prove you wrong or to make you look bad. This is not what we're trying to do here. This is not one of those channels that I'm just trying to make people look bad and, so people can see how smart I am. No. I think we're trying to get into some details about the belief or not believing in God, because sometimes when we're having discussions and conversations, in an unstructured way, at least myself, I lose a lot of details. And when I'm done with the live stream, I go to bed, man, I'm thinking in my bed, man, what that person meant by saying that. I wake up in the morning like, man, I probably could have asked another question about that, a follow-up. So how about we do this in an organized way, and that way I try to not forget to ask questions or to provide a different answer.
BX Blue said that he's distracted with kids around him at the time, or right now.
Okay. That's understandable. Thank you for being here, BX Blues. Appreciate it. So we're just waiting right now for a believer that would like to participate. I'm surprised that Diva hasn't called yet. This is a tremendous opportunity to make your point quite clear. You're gonna be able to talk without interruption about your views on believing in God. You're gonna be able to ask me questions clearly, and you're gonna get a clear answer, because of the structure of this conversation. Showing also the observations as trying to avoid no question stacking. Questions should not contain speeches. Answer first, explain if requested. Ask clear questions and provide direct answers. Mr. King David, welcome. Would you like to participate?
Sure.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, King David, have you read the rules or recommendations about this conversation?
Yes.
Perfect. And what about the observations also? If you haven't seen it, I'm going to show it on the screen right now. It's showing on the screen right now. It basically says no question stacking, like no asking 5 questions in one question. Questions should not contain speeches, just to make it clear. Answers first and explain if requested by the questioner. And ask clear questions and provide direct answers. This goes for both. So this is not like I'm the host and we're gonna play my game. No. Whatever I ask you in regards to the structure, you're gonna use the exact same thing with myself. Is that okay with you?
Yep.
Awesome. And once we're done, if we have another believer and non-believer, well, we have Phantom X waiting. We allow two other people to engage in another conversation structure. Sounds good?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you want to go first as a questioner or you want myself to start?
Either one.
All right. Let me bring up the timer. All right. And let me get the console so I can stop and start the timer. All right. Okay, so if it's okay with you, I'm going to start as a questioner, okay? And then after 15 minutes, we switch the roles.
Sounds good.
All right, the timer has started, 15 minutes. So, do you believe God is real?
Yes, I do.
Do you have evidence that God is real?
Well, let me think about that for one moment. I can only speak from biblical standpoint because that is what followers of Jesus Christ do. And the evidence that the Bible brings is creation itself.
Okay, is the evidence that you mentioned scientific evidence?
Scientific. Scientific. Trying to think of how I can tie in
Just
science.
the answer is just one word or one sentence. If you want, I repeat the question. Do you have scientific evidence for God?
Possibly.
Okay. What possible scientific evidence do you have?
I don't know if this qualifies, but the existence of dirt.
Okay. How do you connect God with dirt?
Because as his word says, we are created from earth, dirt, clay, mud, dust, whatever you want to call it or describe it as. And the word that scientifically, I guess if you'd call it scientifically, we are called humans, and the word humans derives from the Latin word humus, which means dirt. So I don't know if that's scientific, but that's, I guess, the answer that I could come up with, if that makes sense for science.
When you say the word, are you referring to the book named the Bible?
Yes.
So when you say the word, you're not referring about God speaking, but speaking through the book.
Speaking to the book, I don't understand
Through,
the question.
through the book.
Yes.
Does God speak in any other ways besides the book?
Well, there are personal experiences that people claim, but the problem with personal experiences is that they can't be proven or disproven. So I don't know if they could count as evidence because of that fact.
So can you confirm that you don't have clear scientific evidence for God?
Well, it depends if we're speaking about man's science or the Bible's idea of science.
Can you demonstrate God to anybody?
Demonstrate God to anybody. Um, Perhaps the idea of faith.
If the way to demonstrate God is by faith, do you think that that is a convincing way to demonstrate God to someone that doesn't believe?
Well, it depends on their biblical knowledge, because God's word clearly says that he cannot be pleased, or another word you could say, that you cannot understand God without faith. And again, I can only speak from a biblical standpoint. I cannot speak from my own thoughts, because then I wouldn't be I wouldn't be an example of believing in God's word. I would be leaning on my own understanding, and so I can only speak from
Okay,
a biblical point of view.
that's 1 minute. Okay, so there's if you agree, just tell me if you agree or not, that there's no clear way to demonstrate or prove with scientific evidence that God is real and exists to anyone. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree, um, because of um, the lens that we look through to understand God. You have to. I think it's the way that we interpret God.
Okay, do you believe that in order to get to God or to believe in God, most likely the only two ways is to believe, blindly believe, or try to figure it out by finding pieces of evidence? Would you agree with that? That those two are the most known ways to get to God?
No,
Okay, is there a third one, or you think those one of those two is wrong?
I believe they're both wrong.
What would you consider the best way to get to God?
Again, coming to a biblical point of view, there are two ways. that a person can understand or get to God, and that is, as God's word says, Jesus Christ is the only way to God. And then also, studying God's word says that doing that in itself builds faith. So, looking through those two avenues is the only way that I understand how to get to God.
So, in your view and your understanding, the only two ways to get to God or to get to heaven is by having no knowledge of God or by accepting Jesus.
No, accepting Jesus, yes, but by having biblical knowledge, we increase our faith. Sorry, I have a baby crying in the background.
Okay, that's fine. Um, do you think that we have free will? I'm going to change the subject.
Yes, I do.
Okay, is God all knowing?
Yes, he is.
Do you think it's possible to be all knowing God and also for us to have free will when He knows all the results of our actions?
Yes, I do.
Can you elaborate?
Yes, because we are not God. God knows everything that's going to happen, but we as humans do not. Therefore, free will exists for humans.
Okay, in the eyes of God right now, is He able to see everything at the same time in regards to our lives?
I believe so, yes.
So does God know if I'm in heaven or hell right now?
Absolutely.
So if God knows that I'm in hell right now or I'm in heaven right now, can I please, whoever did that, don't do it, please. Thank you, appreciate it. So yeah, that broke my concentration right now. I was asking that if God already knows, for example, that I'm already in hell, how am I able to change that reality that God knows is my reality right now?
Well, because we are not in hell right now at this very moment. So how could so I don't believe that we are in hell.
So God knows one of two things right now, that if I'm in heaven or I'm in hell, He's seeing it right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, is there anything I can do to change that reality, that God
No.
reality?
No.
So if I repent of my sins or not will make any change?
Yes.
What change can result that will make a different result from what God already knows?
Well, because again, God knows what is going to happen, what has happened, but we do not on a human standpoint.
Okay, so if God, for example, knows that right now I'm in hell, is there a possibility for me to change what God is seeing right now?
Um and I don't want to be rhetorical or ask a question with a question, but I think the only way to get to the answer is to ask you, do you believe that you are in hell right now?
No, wait for your turn for your questions.
Okay.
So you think it's possible for me to change what God is already seeing?
Yes.
So that, don't you think that that will be or represent that God is all not all knowing?
No, not at all.
So if God already knows and He's seeing me in hell right now suffering, is there a way for me to change what He's already seen?
No.
So would it make any difference if I accept Jesus into my heart and repent from my sins and change what God
Ye-
is already seeing right now?
Um I suppose not.
Don't you see that as problematic?
No.
Don't you see that as problematic in reference to free will?
No, not at all.
Okay, so if I have free will to choose to choose if to accept Jesus or not, but God already knows I'm in hell right now because He can see me in hell, can I change that?
No.
I'm sorry, say that again.
No, you cannot change that. If God already knows something, no, you cannot change that. But you are not in hell right now. So the question doesn't make any sense.
So does God know if I'm in hell or not right now?
No, because he knows that we are on earth right now.
So God doesn't see the past and the future?
Yes, I believe that he does.
So is He seeing me right now if I'm in hell or heaven?
Um, he knows where we are all going individually, but we do not until that time comes, and that time has not come yet.
Does God know?
Yes.
Can I do anything to change that result that He's seeing right now?
No.
Okay, so where's the free choice? If I,
Again,
I'm sorry if I can rephrase my question. Where's my free choice if I cannot choose anything different that will change the fact that God is already seeing me in hell because He can see the future, which for Him is not the future.
Well, because we don't. Sorry, I got an upset baby. Hey, you're supposed to be napping. He's mad. He doesn't want to nap.
I know how it is. No worries. No worries.
Not my nap time though.
The only way that I can elaborate on that, and it's like I think it's like a repetitive
All right.
cycle.
All right, King David, that was really good, my friend. That was really good. So now it's your chance. I'm gonna give you the 15 minutes. Wow, I thought at the beginning that 15 minutes was gonna be like way too much time. It passed so fast. So are you ready?
I think so. I'll try to come up with some questions. I'm kind of drawing blanks right now, but I'll do my best.
All right, no worries. Okay, so your time has started right now.
And I'm asking you.
Yes, you can ask me whatever
Okay.
you want because I'm a non-believer. I'm a doubter.
So if we do not have free will, how can you not know if you are a believer or a non-believer?
Rephrase the question.
If we do not have free will, how do you know if you are a believer or a non-believer?
I have a choice right now, or the illusion of a choice, but the end result I cannot change when God is already seeing the result.
How can you have a choice if you don't have a choice?
In my point of view, because we have an illusion of choice that feels like a choice, but it's not really a choice.
So if it feels like it is a choice, what makes it an illusion?
The result.
How do you know what the result will be?
I don't know.
Free will.
The end. I'm sorry, you ask a question.
Sorry, that wasn't a question. I'm sorry. Okay, let me think here for a moment. Um, hmm, let me think. Hey, do you have some questions, baby? Kind of just drawing blanks right now. I have my mind on two different things right now. Let me think. I think that's all I have for right now.
Are you sure?
I think so for the time.
If I'm a non-believer and I tell you that believing in God is a problem for humanity, you don't want to ask me anything?
Well, that brings up good questions. Do you know all of Jesus Christ's teachings?
No.
So, do you think you would have a better understanding of how it would affect you if you knew all of his teachings?
Don't think so. No.
This question is kind of difficult to, I think, to have an answer. Um, here's one. If you knew that Jesus Christ's teachings were good and beneficial for your life, could they possibly be beneficial for everyone else?
Yes. You want me to elaborate?
Sure.
You said the key word if, which I don't think they
Mm-hmm.
are.
Okay. I think I know the answer, but do you think that you will look into Jesus Christ's teachings more to have a better understanding?
No.
Do you think that could hold you back from having the knowledge of whether it's beneficial or not?
No, I don't think so.
And I'll try to make this into a question. Wouldn't that be cutting yourself short of something that could benefit you?
No. You can always ask me a follow question like elaborate, and I can elaborate if you want.
Is it because I use the word if again?
Yes.
So if we have the word if in front of a question, couldn't that in itself prove that we have a choice, proving that we have free will?
Not to me.
What's the clock look like?
8 minutes, 8.5 minutes.
Okay. Do you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
Not quite.
Can you elaborate?
I don't think myself, I don't have enough information or enough evidence or scientific evidence that that is in fact how the universe came to be.
Do you think that we will ever know how the universe began?
Yes.
Do you think that will come from human science?
Not entirely. Probably combination from human and alien information. Probably,
Hmm,
most likely.
interesting. Um, so you believe in higher life forms?
No, I wouldn't call them higher. Probably different.
Okay. Um, well, if aliens themselves could explain to you the origins of the universe, would you consider them more intelligent?
Not only explain it, or let it or tell us, if they can demonstrate it. Yes, I'd probably be more inclined to believe what they're saying. Yes.
Can I elaborate on my question?
Sure.
So, if you believe that they have greater intelligence, could you believe that it is not aliens, but something divine that has the higher intelligence?
No.
Okay. Um, okay. Do you, and this is a pretty simple question, do you believe in common sense?
I think common sense is a way of thinking that we can use as a human being. Yes. 5.5
Yeah,
minutes.
I think everyone would say yes to that one. Um, um, do you believe that common sense or human thinking can solve every problem of humanity?
Not at this moment.
So, what do you believe the next level of thought would be past common sense?
I think it will be a combination of humans going back to being more honest with themselves and with other people, and have more critical thinking and understand how they operate as human beings when it comes to their tools as a human of processing information, feelings, and actions.
Okay. Um, do you believe that humans have right now in our time of humanity's history, um, or that we could have the um, highest level of thought of solving problems?
Right now, as human beings, I don't think so, no.
How do you believe that we would reach that point of being able to be intelligent enough to solve mankind's issues?
I think by going internal instead of going external, by focusing more in ourselves and how we become humans, how we operate as human beings, probably we will open up more our minds to an understanding that we don't have right now about ourselves.
Hmm. Um,
Three
do
minutes.
you believe? Oh, am I time?
3 minutes.
Do you believe that morals come from human standards?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think, or what do you think, how could I ask that question? Okay. Why do we not live by our highest moral standards now?
Because of ignorance, again, going back to ourselves, about not knowing more about ourselves.
Hmm. Do you think that mankind has put ourselves through enough self-inflicted turmoils from the evidence that we can see around us now that we should already be at a standpoint of our highest moral understanding?
If I understand the question correctly, I
Sorry, it
think,
was a long question.
yes. Could you rephrase it so I can give a clear answer?
um, why have we not reached our highest moral? Okay, I already asked that one, I think. Um,
I can elaborate on that one.
sure.
Yeah, I think that one of the biggest obstacles we have right now as us growing up or expanding as human beings, one of the main blockages that we have had is the belief in God.
Can you elaborate on that?
Because it explains everything. God explains everything. So you come to a conclusion about everything. And that brings you to a stop as a growing, expanding, maturing human being. Less than 1 minute.
So, I don't want to backtrack, but just on a previous question, you had said that you do not, you're not knowledgeable about Jesus Christ's teachings,
I
or
am.
fully,
I used to be
or
a
more.
believer. I used to be a believer. Had my own Bible.
Okay. Um, and I forgot what we were talking about before that, the question and answer. Um, hmm. Well, I think that's about it.
All right, all right. Man, thank you so much, King David. That was a good example on how this conversation is supposed to go. I really thank you, King David, for being a good sport and participating. Is your baby asleep already?
Maybe he got quiet, so I hope so. I haven't checked yet. May I say one fast statement
Sure, go ahead. Sure.
to believers? Just like Clearwaters was saying, I think that the best way that we could represent our beliefs is through respectful dialogue, because doing that, we are representing the love of Jesus Christ, and that is our ultimate goal. One of our ultimate goals. There's probably more than that, but just remember, in God's word, it says, "Be honorable to all." And so I believe that if we are honorable to all, then we can have the door remaining open to be able to help others understand God.
That baby is gonna have a great dad. Thank you so much, King David. I appreciate it.
Awesome.
So awesome. Phantom X, you wanna be
Thank you
next?
thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Appreciate it, King David.
Sure, I'll go.
Yeah. So I'll hand it to Phantom X. Now we have another believer if wants to participate. As you can see, this is a conversation and a very clear one. That was really good. I'm gonna put in the screen What are the rules or recommendations for this conversation? Cross-examination for 15 minutes. The questioner asks one question. The answerer must respond with one word or one sentence. The questioner might then ask another question or say elaborate. If elaborate is requested, the answerer gets up to 1 minute, no interruptions. If the answerer believes the question is unclear, they might request a rephrase. Maximum 3 rephrase requests per question. After the third rephrase, the answerer must answer or pass. A pass is allowed and counts as a no answer. After 50 minutes, the roles are switched. Where are those believers, man, that sometimes we have to tell them slow down? Now we have an opportunity to present your case absolutely clearly and you don't want to call in? Can someone explain that to me, please? Mr. Xavier, welcome to the live stream. Sedona Water, Kim Locke. Anybody that is a believer and want to participate in this conversation with Mr. Phantom X, representing the non-believers. Josh Giss, I guess you're not a believer. God isn't real. If God existed, there will be some kind of evidence, physical or even measured. There's in a single piece because God isn't literal. God is a figment of your imagination. Whoa. I know Mr. Diva don't play is on the live stream and is thinking about it. It's like, man, I don't know. This is gonna be a clear conversation. I'm not gonna be able to get excited. Phantom X, how do you get to have a live on your Discord? First time I see live on there. You're live streaming?
So there's a down at the bottom, right next to your microphone and camera, there's a share stream, and I just shared the window that way.
Okay. I see it. Yes. Perfect. Awesome. Mr. BX Blues, if you want to participate, just let me know. Oh, Robert is also Skeptic Philosophies on the Discord.
Yeah, how's it going?
Good. So now that we want to have a clear, concise, organized conversations. No believers. Just one. Mr. King David.
Nature of the beast, man.
Say what?
So that's the nature of the beast.
Man, sometimes you try to get them quiet, to be quiet, and they don't stop. And now, now that we can have a structured, clear conversation, that tells me something. I don't know. Maybe people are shy. Maybe they get nervous. Maybe they think this is going to be some kind of a test, which is not. We just give you an example. It's just a very clear conversation. You can ask any questions that you want in regards to believing in God or not believing in God. But Mr. Dodgy, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. Mr. Dre, you guys can participate as a believer if you want in this conversation. On the live stream, I'm presenting the rules of this conversation. I think they're very simple, not too many, in order to have a respectful, organized, well-structured conversation about believing or not believing in God. We just gave you an example. Nobody got excited. Nobody got, to be yelling. Go ahead, Phantom X.
BX Blues saying he wants to go take you on.
Who?
BX Blues.
Okay, so that's fine. I wanted to give the chance for someone else to participate, but that's fine. If no believers want to participate and a believer wants me to participate,
I think BX Blues is a believer.
Yes.
I can wait.
BX Blues, you're a believer, right?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Awesome. Your username you're the one that calls me Panama.
That's the me. That's yep. Panama. Is that where you're from? You're from Panama.
No, actually, I'm from the States, but I've been living in Panama for way too long, and my entire family is pretty much
Oh,
from
so
Panama. So,
okay. So you're Panamanian. That's what that
yeah,
is.
you can say that. Yes, that's fine.
I'm Puerto Rican, and I've lived in the States all my whole life, born and raised. But I'm still Puerto Rican American.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Do you like salsa?
I love salsa.
Awesome. Me too.
I love it all. All that I'm Caribbean all the way.
Awesome. So BX Blue, I'm trying to give a chance for someone else to participate as a non-believer, and Phantom X
Oh
was in
yes.
line. So if you want to go with him, that'll be great.
I can wait until you're done. I would like to talk to you.
Oh, okay, all right. So, okay, so if any believers right now wants to participate, we'll give you just one more minute. If not, then I'll participate again with BX Blues. So Diva, don't play. You can participate. Hopefully, you saw an example of what we're talking about. Having a respectful, clear, organized, structured conversation about a topic that is so important for humanity. Diva, don't play. You always want to talk, my friend. Come on, this is your opportunity to prove and demonstrate that what you're saying about God is real and accurate. It just happens that we have structured this conversation in a way that is going to be, at least in my opinion, transparent. Because no yelling, no interrupting each other. Oh, Diva, welcome.
What's up?
So you want to be next?
Yeah, I don't really have any questions, but if you guys want to ask me a question, that's fine. I don't mind.
All right, Phantom X, you want to go? Or you want to give it to Robert? You decide, you're next.
Sure, I'll go.
All
Tag
right.
team? It's okay. It's okay.
All right,
One at a
so
time.
who wants to go first? Who wants to ask the questions first?
I have no preference.
All right, maybe because Phantom X was here first, let's have him ask the questions first. Even if you don't see the timer, you're going to hear the timer when it ends at 15 minutes. And I'll be calling, if you want, the timer once in a while. All right, so here we
I got
go.
the time on my phone.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I got the time on my phone, so I'll basically know when it is if it's 15 minutes.
All right, are you, Diva, clear with the rules?
I'm just gonna answer. Yeah, I'm gonna answer as straightforward as possible. Yeah.
All right, in case you want questioner, you want the person to answer and elaborate, just say elaborate, and the person has 1 minute to elaborate. Okay, so here we go. Start now. Go, Phantom X.
All right. What is the reason you believe in God? Like, if you had to give the the very base reason.
To be honest, because I didn't know, beforehand 100%, but that I've had that personal experience of that day is when I knew for sure.
Okay. Do you think someone else could have a personal experience and it convince them that there is no God?
Can you ask that again? Sorry.
Could someone have a personal experience that convinces them there is no God?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what someone else would think, or I wouldn't know.
So, well, I'm asking if you think it's possible to have a personal experience, not if you know anyone who did, just if that's within the realm of possibilities.
What kind of personal experience do you mean?
I don't know.
Hold on. Diva, just answer the question because you're answering with a question. Answer the question. That's one of the rules.
Okay, can you elaborate on the personal experience?
Can you rephrase the question?
Okay. Let's say someone has a personal experience of something terrible in their life, something that convinces them there is no God. Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, yeah, that happens.
Okay. Why do you think you can have a personal experience and it convinces you there's a God, but someone else can have a personal experience and it convinces them there's no God?
Well, if it's a bad experience, I would say that that's misplaced feelings.
Misplaced
So
feelings.
yeah, I don't think it directly is God, or directly would mean that God doesn't exist because that happened. I think it's misdirected. Uh, yeah.
Okay. Do you think there's other ways personal experiences could cause you to have misplaced feelings?
Can you ask me that again?
Are there could you have so not in the God question, but in other things? Do you think a personal experience could cause you to have misplaced feelings about other things in your life?
Sure, sure, I think so.
Okay. Um, is there any way you could take a personal experience and be absolutely certain it wasn't misplaced? It didn't lead to misplaced feelings.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I
Okay.
don't know.
All right. Um, then if you don't know, why is how do you know that you're not having misplaced feelings about the God because of your personal experience?
Well, because it was such a night and day um experience, and it wasn't like a gradual or like a little bit and went back or then came back, and then it wasn't like that. It was a complete complete opposite 180 of my life. That was before, like the 41 years before that, and after that day since then. And it all happened when I prayed to Jesus Christ out loud, repented, and asked him, and I put my trust in him. That's when it happened, on that day exactly. So,
Mm-hmm.
and it was profound. It
Okay.
wasn't like,
Okay.
yeah.
So I've met someone and they had this experience once. I'm not lying. I'm not making this up. This is someone I've interacted with, and I don't know them very well, just so you know. But this is what they reported. They had this experience, and they felt at one with the universe, and they've come away with the profound belief, and it was like you're describing. It was a night and day switch. This profound belief that there's a universal consciousness, and that we are all tapping into. Um, what what about that personal experience should say that that's misplaced feelings versus what you had? It sounds to me exactly the same.
Like I said, I wouldn't be able to answer what someone personally experienced. You know what I'm saying? And how,
Mm-hmm.
or what their whole story is. I wouldn't be able to know a human being, their thoughts, their motivations. I couldn't really judge anything. Um,
I'm not asking you to judge it. What I'm
yeah.
asking is like it if the two experiences sound the same to me, they sound the same to me. If they both had the same effect on your lives,
Mhm.
as far as like you were one way and now you're another way, why is yours different than theirs? Or or you can answer why did they come to a different conclusion? Either one of those questions.
I couldn't answer that. I Yeah, I couldn't answer that. All I know was like I said, to say, again, we don't know the details of this person's exact experience of what they thought in their minds, and what they, the knowledge they got or whatever. I would dare to say it was not exactly, or even maybe close to exactly what my experience was, without me knowing, without me talking to them.
Oh yeah, I'm not
Um,
saying it's the same experience. I'm saying, or
yeah,
it's even similar to yours. I'm just saying it was a
yeah,
personal experience. It changed their life immediately, and they came away with a completely different
yeah.
conclusion than you did. And I'm
Well, I
trying
would
to
say,
understand how a personal experience can lead to correct conclusions if it can lead two people to different contradictory conclusions?
What will be the
I mean, I
question?
would say, yes, fine. I would just say that that person, if they had that experience, they should trust and follow what they've done. They should follow and trust that, and that should be what they believe. So I wouldn't, you know,
Okay. So do you think their beliefs are false?
well, what do they believe? That there's
That
no
that
God, or
I'm not sure if they believe in a God or not, but they believe that we are all part of one universal consciousness, that we're not distinct consciousnesses.
I mean, like I said, we all have a belief, and we all have our, 100% that we experience in ourselves, and we can't get that to somebody else. So if they believe they have the truth, we're all going to find out in the end, and that's it. So I wouldn't disparage anyone who has personal experience, because I've had my personal experience. So
Okay. Do you think
yeah,
it's important? Do you think it's important to believe true things?
of course, I think our
Okay.
brains are made that way. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's important to believe only true things, or is it okay to believe false things as long as you get mostly true things?
I think as human beings, we are created to always want to find and know the truth, whether we find it or not, or we're misled, or we believe in something that's not true. I think ultimately we all want to find the truth, but some of us don't in the end. But I think that's
Okay.
how we're wired.
All right. So if it's important to believe true things, and it sounds to me like you agree with me, it's also important to not believe false things. If I'm looking at a method that can produce contradictory beliefs, why should I trust that method?
What do you mean, the other person in mind?
Yeah.
Well, I would say one of us could be lying, or also research what we believe, and does it make sense logically? You know what I'm saying? Do some research on each person's belief, and check that, and compare that. And that's I would try to do, is try to come up with what seems more logical, what seems more real, more plausible, between the two,
Well,
or between any other two.
okay. Do you think logic can get you to truth without verification?
Um,
5 minutes.
I mean, I don't know, because people use logic, and I think they come to the wrong answer. So I mean, like I said, if,
That answers my question. I should have phrased it better.
no, it's all right.
Is
I'm
it
trying
reliably
to.
get you to truth without verification? And I agree with you, it does not. So if logic doesn't reliably get you to truth without verification, then wouldn't we need a way to verify our conclusions beyond just researching?
When you say verify, do you mean like proven 100%, no doubt? Is that what you mean? Like,
I don't think that I don't think it's necessary to prove 100% no doubt to get verification. Um, but there has to be some kind of feedback. Like, let me give you an example. I can logically deduce that there is a wall in front of me. And then I can try to walk through the wall, and I will get feedback from the world saying that wall actually exists. And that's the kind of feedback I'm talking about with verification.
okay.
Do you think
Yeah.
we can get to use logic to get to unverified truths if there's no feedback?
I mean, if you're talking about the physical world, I mean, yes. But if you're talking about God, that's a different. That's not, in a sense, like a physical scientific test you can do. You know what I'm saying? So law is something different than proof, like absolute proof God existing, in a sense.
Oh, okay.
So I think different, but yeah, go ahead.
All right. So can I logically get to a metaphysical belief that there is no God, or
What
that
does it,
there's a pantheon of gods?
What does metaphysical mean?
Just non-physical substances, additional substances besides just
So
physical
it's
stuff.
like a immaterial. You mean like a spiritual being, a god? You mean?
Yeah, a spiritual being would be non-physical.
So ask me the question again.
Can I logically get to the belief that there's a pantheon of gods and not just one?
Again, whatever that belief is, I don't know if you're talking about Hinduism or something else, right? Whatever that is, where there's a pantheon of gods, I would say check the evidence philosophically, historically, if the people wrote about this, and compare it and see which one makes more sense, which one seems more logical. Because inherently, I would say God, if he exists, he's got to be the most logical being and that exists. Because
Okay.
we get it from God. We are the creation, we're the effect, God is the cause, right? So
Sure.
God
All right.
God should be logical by nature or
Right.
whatever.
Do it. Okay. Go ahead, Phantom.
All right. So if but I've talked to Hindus and they think they can logically get to pantheons and they use their logic too. Doesn't that indicate that logic will take you to different places based on your starting presuppositions?
Well, like I said, I would say maybe the majority of people who are born Hindus stay Hindus, and Muslims, and maybe Christians, and maybe atheists. But it's not a guarantee that every single person born in a Christian household or whatever is going to be that. It's obviously it's probably more likely, or maybe it's better, higher percentage. But at the end of the day, we all can think for ourselves, and for people that want to think and want to do the research and want to check things out, they'll come to the truth. I believe that Jesus Christ is God, and he's real, and every other religion is false. I believe they'll come to that in their own time if they are objective and are seeking truth.
Okay, I don't feel like that answered my question.
All right, so ask me again.
So if people use logic Hindus use logic to get to a pantheon of gods,
Yeah.
doesn't that indicate that logic takes you to a logical conclusion based on what you already believe, based on your presuppositions?
I don't know. I think Jesus Christ, the Hindu gods, Allah, I think they all can't be true. So logically, one has to be right, or all of them are wrong. But so like I said, one of them has to be right, or they're all wrong. They all can't be right. So logically, someone's going to be wrong, even if they think that they're right. So I don't know how to answer that. If everyone comes to a different agreement, someone has chosen wrong. Someone has not, really looked at the evidence or whatever.
All right, guys. That's 15 minutes. Thank you, Phantom X and Diva. Now we turn it around. Diva, if I'm going to start those 15 minutes, you want to ask Phantom X questions? Here we go.
I don't really have any questions. Unless you want,
Or me.
unless I give my 15 minutes to Robert, he wants to ask me some questions. This is fine.
Nah. I think it's time for you to ask questions.
All right, let me stop it. Yeah, Diva. I mean, you ask a lot of questions when we have conversations. You don't want to ask anything right now.
I'm kind of burnt out from asking a lot of questions, and so I'm a little burnt out on it.
I think you're missing an opportunity to have a different type of conversation.
Yeah, I know. It's just. Yeah.
I mean, if you don't want to go, you don't want to go, but
yeah, I'm just burnt out. But if somebody wants to ask me more questions, or you could just go to someone else, it's fine.
All right. Well, the theme or the plan of doing this was to turn it around, Diva. I didn't know you were going to quit halfway.
No, I said on the thing. I said I have no problem answering questions, but
maybe you can ask him if he likes ice cream, like like Biden. Can you be a good sport and just ask whatever?
All right.
All right. Here you go. Perfect. Your 15 minutes has started.
Okay. Yeah, I don't need 15 minutes. Phantom. So is that where'd you come up with the name Phantom? Where does that come from? Phantom X.
So in the late '90s, I had a different handle, Psycho X, and I was signing up for Hotmail, and Psycho X was taken over, so I went with Phantom X.
Okay. So you've been Phantom for a while?
Yes, since like '97, '98.
Okay. Um, I'll ask you some questions. Do you, if you believe there's no God, right? Do you,
No, that's not correct.
oh,
I'm
you're just not,
I'm agnostic.
okay. Um, how would you, how would you think God, if he's real, right, would want to would want you to come to him or get to know him or interact with him? How do you think God should do that or would do that? What would be your answer?
God has given us rationality. If he exists, he's given us rationality, and he should expect us to use rational methods. And so he should provide feedback from the spiritual world on what propositions are true and which ones are false.
You do you think it would be loving for, like, let's say you right now, right? You personally, do you think if God showed up physically, like to your room, and you knew, and you know, you might be thinking you're hallucinating, right? But if he showed up physically, like to your room, and in a sense you'd have like no other choice but to believe in him, right? Out of fear, out of, like, you know, you get what I'm saying? Like he shows up. Do you think that that's a more reliable way that God would want to build a relationship? Or do you think he would want to leave you enough evidence to where you could take a step and choose him, as far as loving to choose him and know him? And it's a more of a loving relationship, not of a, I have no choice because he's real and, you know, he could send me to hell and he's real. Like, you know, do you think that would make more sense? That he would
I
let you
think
come to him?
I think that there is no uh he has not given me a choice. I can't choose to believe he exists. And he will, if he exists and refuses to prove himself to me, I I cannot believe him or follow him. If he were to do something that would demonstrate himself to me, then I would have a choice whether I follow him or not. And that's when my choice would be able to happen. But right now I do not have that choice.
Um, Let me think. I've, like I said, I didn't have the evidence, but I gave my life to Jesus because I felt it. You know, I felt like I should do that. I felt like it was real. Right? And then I realized it was real. But before that, I had to take a step of faith, because before I didn't know either way. I was there. Maybe it's true, right? So do you think that, um, being honest, that you have really, um, tried to seek God, tried to seek him on his terms, in the way he wants to reveal himself to you? Or do you think you're kind of pigeonholing him a little bit, like putting kind of markers on him that he has to meet before you believe, you know? Do you think you're open, or you have been open?
I am epistemically open to the proposition that God exists, but my epistemology will not allow me to just blindly accept claims that I cannot falsify. And that is, for whatever reason, if God exists, that's the epistemology he has seen uh, given me. And if God doesn't exist, that's just the epistemology I have.
Mm. I'm thinking.
Sure. Take your time. You can always ask for me to what was it? Expand on it or whatever.
Yeah, I
Forget.
know. Yeah. Do you being not an atheist, right? Being more agnostic. Do you are you fearful that by being an agnostic and not making a decision in a sense of really seeking after who the real God is, right? Do you feel like you're in a sense like you're gonna miss out on something possibly just by your kind of your middleness, your middle groundness, where you're not making a decision either way? Do you feel like you might lose out on not trying more, but I don't know how to ask, but because right now, like if there is a God and you don't believe in him, you're screwed. You know what I'm saying? But yet you're not an atheist, you know. So if atheism is true, it doesn't matter if you don't believe in or you're not sure anyway. Same thing for me. It doesn't matter. So you're kind of caught in this middle? Does that worry you, or do you have what is your mindset on that?
I don't really. I'm not really concerned about that, to be honest.
No.
I just want. I want to believe in true things, and to be able to believe in true things, I need to be able to say this is true and that is false. And with non-physical propositions, I have no way of saying any of it is false.
Let me ask you this: have you ever taken a plane ride across the country or to somewhere? You ever been on a plane?
Yeah.
Do you? I'm assuming you put your trust in those pilots, right, to get you there safely.
Mm-hmm.
And you never met those pilots. They could be drunk. They could be, whatever. You have no idea, but you're trusting them anyway with your life.
Mm-hmm.
People you don't even know, and you're not even going to meet with your life, right? In a sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if God is real, he would be the most trustworthy, most, like he wouldn't lie, he wouldn't let you down, right? He would be honorable, he wouldn't play games. Like I said, only you and God knows if you're seeking him honestly, right? I can't tell you what you're doing or what you're not doing. I can't tell you that. I don't know. But my advice would be is to just keep researching. And I would believe that the evidence is enough.
What would be the question, Diva?
Yeah, I believe the evidence is enough. But if the evidence is not enough for you, and it is true anyway, would that be on you for not believing the evidence that was there to have to take a step of faith? Or is it just it's not enough evidence and it is what it is? It's not your fault. What do you think?
It's not about evidence at all for me. It's about the method. That's the only thing I lack.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's about it, I guess.
We have 5 more minutes if you want to ask a few more questions.
If you had let's say you actually had a personal experience with God, right? Let's say he actually showed himself to you in a way where it was undeniable, right? And you know you weren't on drugs, right? And you tried telling people this, and they would say, I don't believe it. Nah, yeah, I can't believe that. How frustrating do you think that would be if you're trying to tell people what actually happened and no one believes you? Would you think that would be frustrating?
I don't really get frustrated when I say people are using bad epistemology today. I don't know why I would change that if I thought something else was true that they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a personal experience where you knew that God was real, you know what I'm saying? And you tried to share that with others and they just didn't believe you,
Yeah.
for whatever reason. Because,
Yeah. Yeah, I get it, and I don't get frustrated today. I don't know why I would change.
Okay.
That's just my temperament.
Do you think me being on here as much as I am, knowing that most of you probably won't even accept it or be born again, so it's almost like a waste of my time to tell people that probably won't change their mind. Do you think that that shows a little evidence that I'm being sincere and I'm trying to share truth with you? Because I have nothing to gain. Obviously, I don't have anything to gain from being on here as much.
What will be the
I have
question?
no doubt that you are sincere, and I don't doubt anybody's sincerity, in general. And certainly, it takes a lot for someone to convince me they are being insincere. More than most people, I think.
I'm sure you have. Have you read Matthew, Mark, Luke, like recently or before? I'm sure you have, right?
I have not recently, other than you asked me to read John, so I didn't read it. I listened to the audiobook.
Oh, that's right.
But the other Gospels I haven't read in a long time. But I have read the entire Bible, I think twice.
3 more minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I would try to think, try to research and look for other options.
What will be your question?
Yeah, because either atheism is true or there is a God, and you're right now you're in between. So, or a creator, whatever, a creator or there's no creator. I would say something else, but I would say research and see which one makes more sense.
What will be the
logically.
question, Diva?
Yeah, I would say I think you should research and check it out, and whichever one makes more logical sense, I think you should go with, and put your heart into it. I don't have a question. I don't. That's about it.
Okay, I don't know how to answer that because
That's right. It wasn't even a question. I'm sorry.
Done, Diva?
Yeah.
All right. We stop it with 2 more minutes left. So that was good. Thank you, Phantom X, and thank you, Diva.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, I think we have to admit that that was a different type of conversation from what we are used to have on previous live streams. So it's quite different. Thank you, Diva. You resisted there, but at the end, you participated, and I think we appreciate it. Also from Phantom X. So, as in right now, Mr. Robert, skeptic philosophy was in line as a non-believer for have a conversation with a believer. But the only person I see on Discord right now is BX Blues that wants to specifically have a conversation with me. So just to give a fair chance to Robert for waiting patiently.
Yeah, I'm fine to wait. If he wants to do the thing with you, I think he's missing out. I think I'm very dynamic, but okay.
I think it'd be an interesting conversation with you.
By watching BX Blues channel and YouTube channel and watching at least one of his videos, I think that will be, in my point of view, not that I'm trying to avoid you, BX Blues, but I think that will be a quite good conversation with Mr. Robert. I think in my point of view, could be a very valuable conversation. But, I cannot force you.
I am an atheist, if that helps. Like other people seem to have a problem with the label. I mean, I don't really call myself that generally, but I accept that I meet the definition, and I'm content with that.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for clarifying
just
that.
clarifying, hard atheist or soft atheist, Robert?
It's soft. I mean,
okay. I mean, I would style myself as a soft atheist. It's just
sure.
up when
Yeah, it's the way he worded it. I heard that earlier. You believe that there isn't. Like it's an affirmative negative, right? Yeah. So I knew you were going to answer that no. Yep. Same. I would have done that.
If you guys allow me just 1 minute, I'm going to be right back in 1 minute. BX Blues, don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Well, if y'all don't mind me just mentioning, this is two different questions: agnosticism and atheism. Like it's two different things. You earlier you were saying you were in the middle of Diva, but it's actually two different questions. Like agnosticism is like whether one can meet the epistemological burden of saying I know. Like it's about the gnosis of. That's why agnosticism. Can you know the answer to this question? And atheism is just like, do you believe in X? And if your answer is no, then you meet that definition. It's two different things. You can be an
Yeah.
agnostic theist technically, or an agnostic atheist.
Yep, I've met agnostic theists. Not very
Sure.
many. There's most theists are very confident in
Sure.
their positions, but I have met a few agnostic ones.
Yeah.
Do you think Clearwaters is an agnostic theist?
I
Or
don't
other-
know the answer to that. He says
Yeah.
I'm not a believer, so that I think that if he doesn't believe in the affirmative in a proposition, I think generally that falls under the definition of what's generally called a soft atheist.
All right,
If
all
he-
right.
If to the question, do you believe? He says no.
Yeah.
All right. Hello?
We hear you.
Hola.
Yeah, I was listening to my echo. Now I can hear myself clearly. So BX Blues, you want to do this?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right, awesome. Let me reset this timer. And showing on the screen. Yes, it is showing on the screen. You want to go first, BX Blues?
So you're going to ask me questions, and then afterwards I'll ask you questions.
Yes, we do the exact same thing and just turn it around.
Yeah, let's have some fun.
All right, awesome. So I'm gonna start the 15 minutes, and you can start asking me questions. Okay, starting now.
Are you going to ask me?
No, you
No,
ask
you're
questions.
asking.
Let me restart it.
Oh,
You start.
You want
Yes.
me to ask questions first?
Yes.
Oh,
Is that
okay.
okay with you?
Well, up until now, you've been asking the questions first, and then
All
they've
right,
been
that's fine.
responding
I'll
to you.
start asking the questions then.
Okay.
All right, my 15 minutes just started right now. So BX Blues, do you think God is real?
God is very real.
Okay, do you have scientific proof of God being real
What do you mean by scientific proof?
that you can demonstrate to everybody that God is real?
Well, if I demonstrate the behavior of mankind as revealed in Scripture, that in itself is evidence for me.
Would you
So, and
call
that's
that?
not necessarily scientific, but that's observational.
Would you call that scientific evidence?
I wouldn't call. I mean, I'm not necessarily. But I don't live in the paradigm where I believe what is. If you mean by scientific, if you mean empirical, I do not. That's not part of my. That's not my worldview.
Can we agree that this is not scientific evidence?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it. I would not say because that's not grounded in the God worldview. It's empiricism is actually not a way to determine truth.
So can we agree, yes or no, that this is not scientific evidence?
Not scientific.
Okay. Have you have any personal experiences with God?
Yes.
The experience came with a feeling?
Emotional sensations. Yes,
Yes.
that's part of it.
Yes. The emotional sensation was negative or was positive?
Mostly positive.
Would you describe that positive feeling as being good?
I would say yes. Affirmative. Yeah, affirmation.
Okay. And if you describe the feeling as being good, would you add any other description to that feeling?
Like what?
Like you felt something in your stomach or you felt something on your chest?
No.
Can you describe what you felt?
No. Just kind of enlightened. Enlightened.
Can you
It's
describe,
kind of like an
elaborate?
aha, like an aha. You know, like when you have like um eh, like an aha moment, enlightened, of an affirmation. It can be. Some people would say it's intellectual, but for lack of descriptor, some people would say that. But it's kind of mental, emotional. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of encompasses all of that.
So, if we agree that you felt something, did you also get data from God?
Let me see. Data, like what? Like, 'cause I'm
Like a
thinking data is like
message, like a message
no,
or
uh,
information?
no, just the word of God, understanding. It's kind of like when you finally understand algebra. You're like, aha, that's how you do it. That type of thing.
Can you provide information of what aha moment you have there at that
Well,
moment?
it happens all the time. When I see my 6 o'clock news, when I see the behavior of man, when I see how people just have the need to deny God based on all reality that's around them, that's kind of like an affirmation. Yes, the Bible is true because the Bible affirms all of this stuff that I'm seeing
So,
around us.
so have you have more than one experience with God?
Y- well, if you can define that as an experience with God, I would say that happens pretty much every day.
Have you have a supernatural experience with God?
On like seeing him, apparitions and stuff like that. No.
Have you ever seen God?
Um, let me see. I'm kind of tempted to explain it in a sense like John chapter 3, where it says those that are born again, unless you believe in the Lord, you cannot see God. So it kind of, in an existential way, you kind of see God in everything that's created. You kind of see God in
Okay, have you
your
seen God
experiences.
with your own eyes?
No, no, physically, no.
Have you heard God's voice with your
No.
ears?
Auditory, no.
Have you ever smelled God?
No,
Have you ever touched God?
no.
Can we conclude that the only way that you know God by confirmation is by something that you felt?
Well, the sensory, I would say feeling, mental, emotional, anything that encompasses an enlightenment. I would say that if you can join that with sensory understanding, if you can join that with education, with growth,
Was
I
there
would say
one specific moment, one that was the big one, like, yes, this is God? Did you have one experience like that?
uh, when I came to faith, not really, no. Not, I have had several, many, like aha moments and affirmations. I would call them like more like affirmations.
Can you give it a
Like,
number? How many of these
oh,
experiences have you had?
wow, like maybe a more than a million. Like every time I see things, if I read the scriptures and I see how it resembles what's happening in my reality, those are kind of like the
Okay, any of these
innumerable.
experiences that you are feeling in these moments, are any one of these experiences with God are negative or have a
No.
negative feeling?
Um, like what? Like give me an example. Like what kind of negative
Like
feeling?
you feel like throwing up?
Like throwing up? No, 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 no. Not at all. Negative maybe like emotion, like sadness. Like it says the Bible says that we mourn the fact that people are being
No, negative
lost.
more like in rejection.
Rejection? Like
Yes.
God rejecting me?
No, like you feel something in your heart, like, no way, I don't want this right now. It feels awful. Have you ever had an experience with God that you feel like rejecting God because it feels
Or rejecting
overwhelmingly
God
negative?
himself. Like rejecting God himself? No, no. I would say no.
Okay, so can we agree that all your experiences have felt good to you with God?
I would say if you can call enlightenment, growth, the aha experience, joy, peace, um, understanding, if that's all sensory, then absolutely.
So, do you agree that all these experiences that you have had with God end up with a good feeling for you?
I would call it good, not only good feelings, I would call it joy. I would call it enlightenment. I would also call it
So, can we agree that those experiences that you have had with God end up in a good feeling for you?
ultimately, yes. Amen.
Okay, so we can agree that your experiences with God end up you feeling good.
Yes, I would say
So,
that. Yeah.
my question for you
Amen.
is if these experiences end up always you feeling negative, would you be so happy with God in having these experiences with God?
Oh, if well, the God worldview does not encompass. Um, well, that would go inextricably against the gospel and the faith itself. You know, the faith itself is a faith is about hope. It's about redemption,
So, if these
forgiveness.
experiences, for some reason, starting today, every interaction that you have with God end up you feeling negative, would you
What do you mean?
continue believing over and over, having
Oh
these
no, no,
negative
no.
experiences? Would you continue believing in God?
If no, absolutely not. Of course not. If it was like a nightmare, no way.
So, can we agree that God right now feels good to you?
Yes, absolutely.
And if God didn't feel good to the point that it feels awful, you won't continue trying to approach this God and be with God.
Nope, I would not. Of course not.
So, can we conclude that most likely possibility you're after God because of how you feel?
Um, not it's not about, like, for instance, today w- Christianity um argues against the prosperity gospel. And the prosperity gospel is about what can God do for you, right?
So let me
But that's
allow
not
me
the right
to
gospel.
interrupt you.
Uh,
So the answer, what would be the answer to my question?
can you ask it again?
You describe following God as something that feels good to you, and you said that if it felt bad, you would not do it in regards to follow God, right?
Uh, right. No, if it was feeling bad, I would not follow him. Of course not.
Yeah. So can we conclude right now that most likely you're following God because of how you feel good?
I wouldn't say that. I would have to reject that, because if you're saying that it's just exclusively because I'm chasing a feeling, it's because of the promises that you derive at the feelings. You
Okay,
understand?
so if hold on, so if you agree that God feels good to you right now in your experiences with God, but if God starts to feel bad to you and you start feeling negative feelings towards God, according to your words, you will not go after God. You will not believe.
Right, but at what sense would it? What sense
Okay,
would the God
so
world?
you can ask me this question. So I'm sorry, BX Blues. You know, when your turn, I'm trying to keep my turn with asking the questions.
Okay.
So it seems to me that what you're saying is that as long as the God feel good, you will continue believing. The moment it feels bad, you will not do it. Can you say yes or no in agreement with what I just said?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. I would say absolutely. Affirmation is a good feeling.
So a negative feeling will deter you from believing in God? For the third time.
If there was lies or deception, it would be a bad feeling.
Okay, I never said anything about deception. I just said a negative feeling when you have these experiences with God will end up in a negative feeling in you. I never said anything about deception or anything like that. So, for the third time, just want to hear it. You agree that as long as the God feels good to you and you end up with these good feelings about God, you will continue believing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I thank you for your honesty. Yeah, I definitely, I think that's quite clear message for me. Um, so my next question is, do you believe that we have free will?
We have we have free will based on under the sovereignty of God. We do have free will.
Okay, so do you also believe that God has infinite knowledge? He's all knowing.
All knowing, yes.
So do you think that God already knows if I am safe or not?
Yes.
So let's say, for example, that God knows I'm already in hell. If I repent from my sins, would that change that result that God is already seeing?
That's not that doesn't align with the Christian worldview. The idea that he knows that you're already in hell, that we can't determine that.
So does God know if I'm in hell right now?
You're not in hell right now.
No. Okay. So does God know where I am right now?
You, of course he does.
Okay. So for example, I can either be in heaven or in hell, correct?
No, you can be in Brazil, you can be in South
After
America.
no, because God can see the future. He's seeing after I'm dead.
You're talking about your future. You're not talking about right now.
Yeah, I'm talking about the future.
The future. Okay. What you're asking is whether he knows you will end up in hell or end up
No,
redeemed.
for God, He sees everything at the same time. There's no time. He's not bound by time. So He's seeing me right now in hell or in heaven. That's my
Yeah, but
time.
that is right, but that is not open to us.
All
That
right,
is
BX.
open only to the sovereignty of God.
Thank you, BX Blues. That was really nice. Thank you very much. So let's turn it around. And this is your turn to ask me questions. Okay, so we start right now. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so do you know that your line of questioning is basically just going to pigeonhole people to emotions, but that emotions are the result of evidence, right? The error within your questioning, which within your line of questioning, is that you're getting an emotion, but the main aspect of what is important is whether there is truth behind it or what exactly the person believes that
What,
is
what will be the
conjuring
question?
the emotion. So that's no, I'm asking you if you recognize that that's what you're doing. You're pigeonholing with your line of questioning. Do you realize that?
No.
Okay, well, that's really what's happening there. So when you say that, could it be that you receive a positive affirmation and a good feeling based on the fact that you are able to live your life in what you would perceive to be a freedom, okay, away from a judgmental God, right? And you feel good about that. Is it good to feel free from a judgmental God?
So this, can you rephrase the question?
Do you feel do you feel good about being free from a judgmental God?
Yes.
Okay. So and you feel like I do, is this your sentiment? I don't need a God of laws to tell me what is right or wrong.
Rephrase the question.
Do you feel that you find joy and you find comfort in the fact that there is no God to tell you what is right or wrong?
Rephrase the question.
Three times?
Yeah, one more
Do
time.
you,
I have three
do
times.
you do you feel joy and do you feel peace and comfort in knowing that there is no deity or God, okay, telling you what is right or wrong?
I don't feel anything.
You don't feel joy,
No, it doesn't make me happy or sad. No.
so you feel neutral.
Yes.
Okay. So do you think it's a good thing, a positive thing, that people be free from the laws of a omniscient and holy, holy, holy God?
Rephrase the question.
Do you feel freedom from a from following the laws and the mandates of a holy, holy, holy God?
I don't feel anything. It doesn't change anything about my day, my normal days. I don't feel good, sad, nothing.
Okay. The other question is, do what by what standard did you consider yourself a true Christian at the height of your Christianity when you were Christian?
Now that I look back, I was just mainly pretending and I lack information.
Oh, very honest. That's good. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Could it be that you didn't fully understand or that you were always rejecting the God of the Bible?
No,
How is it that you felt that you wanted to accept the God of the Bible?
I was emotionally broken.
Were you going through emotional and personal issues at the time where you were at the height of your Christianity?
I don't think I was ever in a height of Christianity, uh, but I was not like emotionally broken. I was quite young still, so I was trying to look for answers anywhere.
The representatives of Christianity around you at the time where you considered yourself Christian, would you say that they had a positive effect on you or a negative effect?
At the beginning, they had a positive one until I started asking questions. Then it turned negative.
What religious denomination were you in when you were a Christian?
Catholic.
What at what point in your life, in your age, in your school years, or your experience in your professional years, did you start to recognize that you were not Christian?
Right after what you will call my top as being a Christian or being close to God when I started reading the Bible by myself.
When you okay, when you so you started reading it for yourself. Did you use any references, commentary? Did you speak to other pastors? Did you
Yes.
go research the scriptures and become educated in conservative Christian thought when you studied the Bible?
Yes.
Okay. What is necessary in order to fully understand the Bible? What is necessary for you to fully have a understanding of of historical Christianity?
I mean, read the whole book maybe several times.
Is there any other materials that are needed in order to study the history and the languages, the variations, and the what's called the hermeneutical understanding of Scripture?
I mean, if you ever want to understand the scriptures, I would think that you can read the scriptures, and because that would be the word of God.
Let me ask you: Did you were you discipled by pastors and leaders when you were a Christian?
I don't know if this represents what you're saying, but I spend a lot of time at church in different groups, like the prayer group, youth group, choir. So I spend a lot of time at church with
Did
leaders.
you have did you have like people around you that were like your elders who would not only continue teaching you and you help you grow in the scriptures, but also mentor you?
Yes, up to the point when people are starting to notice that I was asking questions.
I see. Okay. So were you ever, as a child, dragged to church without wanting to go?
Yes,
Um, let's see, what else? How much time do we have? 7 minutes?
seven
Okay.
minutes, yes.
Right. So, um, so your perspective of God is that of an evil God in scriptures. Do you understand the conservative understanding of the historical Christianity as opposed to a more liberal understanding of Christianity?
Now, repeat that question or rephrase it.
Are you aware of both sides, the liberal and the conservative history and scholarship surrounding Christianity?
Not in depth, but yes, I'm aware of it.
Okay, that's important. Yeah. Okay. So, um, absolutely. So let's see. So are you? So you're saying that you feel neutral about feeling, getting out of Christianity and out of um, the the trappings of Christianity, the following of the laws, and recognizing sin. Is that correct again?
If I'm out of it and I don't feel anything, that is correct. I don't participate anymore.
What is your opinion concerning the scripture, the core tenets of Christianity, and the words of Christ that he says that he's come to die for sinners, and that we must repent and recognize that we as fallen humanity have sinned against God. What is your opinion of that?
Yeah, I don't believe any of this information. And if by any chance is real and truth, in my point of view, it is extremely problematic.
Do you consider yourself a good person?
Not quite. I'm working on it.
Do you recognize, have you ever lied before?
Yes.
Have you ever stolen something, like something, even if it's small?
Yes, Ray Comfort. Yes.
Have you had selfishness in your heart?
Yes.
Have you ever committed adultery in your heart?
Yes. In my
Okay,
mind and heart, yes.
and your heart, and physically too.
You have to admit it, yes. If
You
this is,
gotta, you gotta, you gotta, you gotta add it all.
yes.
You gotta. It's a full confession here.
Yes.
So you recognize that. So you recognize that these things are bad, right?
No.
So okay, so you wait, you don't think they're bad?
No.
Also, you don't think that, so it's one thing to not to think that they're bad or sins, but you also don't believe that they're bad. Is that correct?
I don't, for myself, I try to not to look at as good or bad, but it's if these things are beneficial or not beneficial for myself or the people around me.
So beneficial, I think, okay, if beneficial is just another word for bad, or a non-beneficial is a substitute for the word bad, if it is, okay, then would you say that it is beneficial to commit adultery?
For me, no. It brings many negative results to my life by doing that. I don't gain anything that is going to be of value for myself.
Do you recognize that we have what is unbeneficial in thought, word, and deed? Do you recognize that?
Rephrase the question. I don't understand it.
Do you recognize that what you're calling non-beneficial as opposed to sin, because you're not calling it sin. You're calling it non-beneficial. So we're going to use that word, that phrase. So do you understand that as human beings, we all commit non-beneficial issues? We all do what is non-beneficial to humanity in thought, word, and deed. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And there's no problem with that? Do you feel comfortable knowing that?
Yes.
And why is it that humans have to do what is non-beneficial? Why?
I think there's a process of discovery, exploration and discovery, and try to define your reality. In that process, you scan the area and try to present boundaries to yourself in order to understand something you must understand, or try to understand the opposite. No, not necessarily by your own experience, but maybe understanding it by someone else's experiences. Like, for example, taking drugs.
Right. Do you recognize among people, among humans, that sometimes we continue to do what is non-beneficial over and over again, not wanting to?
I recognize it, yes, and I recognize it as a process of ignorance about who we are as human beings.
And you include yourself in in those type of human beings?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. All right. I'm done with all my questions.
You got 1 more minute if you want. Throw one more there.
I don't know. I'm
Make it
drawing
a
a
tough
blank.
one. Make it a tough one, man.
Well, this is kind of like to interview the man and figure out what the man is all about. You know, um, I really think that a lot of the questions that I would get into would probably be a lot more complicated, and I would need a whole lot more than a minute,
You got 30
because it
seconds.
goes it goes more into well, this is well, it's not a question, but um, I just feel like if the proof of God is the fact that unless you believe in God, you can't prove anything at all, because I believe He is the beginning of all knowledge, and through Him we
What will be the
know
question?
who we are. No, that's not a question. I'm sorry. I retract. I end my questions.
All right, all right, all right. All right, BX Blues, man. That was awesome. Thank you so much for participating. I really thought you were gonna ask, like, really, really tough questions. You were very nice. Thank you so much, BX Blues, man. Oh man, you're a good person. You're nice, man. I really appreciate you taking the time to participate. Awesome. And you have a good channel, man. You have to continue. We disagree a lot, probably 180 degrees, but I respect that you're trying to do something because you believe that you're trying to do something good. And just because of that, I appreciate you and what you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. That was BX Blues participating in this conversation, man. I think this is really nice, man. No yelling, no yelling matches. Let me stop that clock. So anybody else wants to participate? I don't know if skeptic philosophy is still around. I don't see. I don't know. Maybe people are fearing a skeptic philosophy.
I think he had to leave.
Oh, did he? I think he go to sleep early. I don't know, or he does something else. But I appreciate he stopping by. I know he's busy and he tries to stop by for at least for a little bit. So, do we have any believers or non-believers that want to participate in a conversation, either with myself or with another non-believer? You're more welcome, more than welcome to participate. Hersey 98, welcome. I didn't see you before. How about you call in, Hersey 98, and present your questions? You're always asking questions. You're always sending your messages, opposing about pretty much everything I have to say. You can ask me questions.
Oh, we got Crypto.
Mr. Crypto.
Dun, dun.
What's going on, Crypto? Tell me that you want to participate in this little program that we have about having conversations about God in a clear, concise, structured, organized way. Would you like to
Of
participate?
course, I was just trying to listen to how things are going, to also maybe trying to get some things together. You know how these things can go. A little nervous, but I don't know how many people are watching
All
throughout
right.
all the channels.
There's
But
like 3,000 right now.
wow, 3,000.
Minus two
So I have
zeros.
one question though to Waters. You're the one that runs this whole thing before we even get started. I don't
All
care who
right.
it is.
Yes, go
But
ahead.
if we're needing to throw up evidences, you can look up things and throw it out there as far as like Exhibit A, Exhibit B's, or whatever, and I'll try to make it very clear so that if you can't do it fast enough through our questioning, because I know we only got so many minutes, people can be looking at these things too. So I'll try to make it clear on what to look for.
All right, all right. I think I don't know what you guys think, but I think 15 minutes for each side is good. I think for a start it's good good time. Some people run out of questions. There's something about this process that when we're having like open conversations, I have like 100 questions in my mind. But then when we go into this process of having some structured conversation, all the questions fly away. And then I only have like 2 or 3 questions in my mind. I don't know if it happens to everybody that has participated, but it definitely happened to me. So we have crypto as a believer. Anybody that is a non-believer wants to participate with crypto in this type of conversation for 15 minutes questions. You can just join the Discord with the link at the bottom of the screen or the link on the chat. You can click on that link and it's going to take you to Discord, or copy paste it. And you can have a conversation with Crypto that wants to participate. He's a believer. So if you want to participate at this moment, I think it would be good if you are a non-believer and you want to ask questions to a believer and a well-informed believer, because crypto handles a lot of knowledge, likes to do research. Mr. Charles Oliver, Adam Anthony, Kim Luck, 7 Mew, not you because I know you're a believer. Yes.
I think Kim
Let me
Locke
make
is
something clear. Some people are probably deep in the theology, like maybe going to college or being a scholar and all that. I'm just like a normal person that's
no worries,
been around on myself researching.
No worries. What do you say, Phantom X? I couldn't hear you.
I said I think Kim Locke is a believer.
Kim
based on
Luck.
what she's been saying.
Yes, Kim, if you want to participate, Crypto is a very nice guy. He's very respectful. So this is about having a conversation. If you can notice, this is not a debate. This is not going to get into a yelling match. Just pretty much asking questions for 15 minutes and then turn it around. The other person asks questions for 15 minutes. So Kim Block, or try asking King that children are sinful according to them. I think maybe tonight we have more non-believers than believers, which sometimes is totally the opposite. Go ahead, Phantom.
I said I was agreeing with you. Chlorosox was in here earlier, but he has his sights set on Muslims, I think.
Who?
Chlorosox was here earlier.
Oh, okay. All right.
I forget who he is in the chat, what his name is in the chat, but
okay. I didn't see him when he connected. But anyways,
he came in for a few minutes. He was in the general chat asking if we were fighting Muslims again.
Oh, that one is coming again. So we're gonna do most likely next week another live stream about conversations between Christians and Muslims. So Crypto, Phantom X, you want to participate with Crypto? Maybe.
Yeah, I could do another round.
Crypto.
Yep.
Alrighty, alright.
I
Crypto,
guess, yeah, I'll go ahead and kick this one off.
do you want to start with the questions or do you want to start with the answers?
No, I'll start with the questioning first.
Okay, sounds good.
Awesome. Okay, so we start with crypto starting now. Go ahead, crypto.
All right. First question. Can you prove to me 1 + 1 = 1?
No, that's not. 1 + 1 doesn't equal 1.
But can you prove it?
I can't prove it doesn't equal 1. I couldn't prove that it equals 1 because it doesn't.
1. Okay, so second question. Can you prove that 1 + 1 does not equal?
Yes, I could based on the axioms of math.
Can you got evidence? Can you show evidence?
I mean, I would have to research it, but that is part of the axioms of math, and the evidence is the axioms of math.
So would it be fair that I can ask Waters to pull up 1 + 1 and what it equals? And that would be a fair exhibit of some evidence that 1 + 1
I don't know
not
that it,
1.
It's 2.
if you pulled up the axioms of math, you could prove it that it's consistent with the axioms of math. Just googling it, it's going to tell you 1 + 1 = 2, but they don't tell you why.
Well, okay. So how did you learn that 1 + 1 is not 1?
I was taught it in school.
It was taught in school.
Yes.
Okay. Got a question. Another question. Of course, I got all these questions. All right. If I handed you an apple and an orange and you were colorblind, could you tell the difference?
Probably because they have different shapes and different textures, and color blindness doesn't take that away.
Okay. If I handed you an apple, could you tell me the color of the apple? Whether it was green or red?
If I was colorblind, I mean,
Yes.
I wouldn't, not unless someone told me.
Okay. So if I handed you an apple and I told you it was red, would you believe me? If you
It would. If I was colorblind, you hand me an apple and it said it was red, I would believe you, so long as like you'd proven yourself you had not proven yourself untrustworthy. Like if you had in the past had given me an apple and said it's red, and then everyone else said no, that's actually a green apple, I would not trust you. But as long as nothing like that had happened, I would believe you.
Okay, so you would take it as on faith that I was telling the truth if I told you what color it was.
Sure.
So your statement is that you have to have some kind of evidence, maybe through someone who has taught you through either orally or textually, or like an academic book, or even video proof of something, or an illustration. That's how you learned what you know today.
Most things I've know today I've learned from other people. Some of it I have figured out by myself independently.
Okay, but it is still due to records that has historically been stored away in the vaults of academic studies?
Not all of it. Some of it is not that.
So do you believe that everything that we know here on Earth is not stored away in any kind of historical academic study?
That's hard to say because like people study all kinds of things. It seems like there's probably some like common knowledge that hasn't been scientifically studied or recorded. It's just the kind of thing we learn by observations. And it wouldn't be like profound stuff. It'd be like basic stuff like I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's a simple question. It's a yes or no. Everything it has been recorded academically for historical records.
If you're asking me to say right now, has everything we know been recorded academically, I would say probably not.
Probably not.
It just seems unlikely because we know a lot of things that seem too mundane to record academically.
Do you believe that historical records and things you may have learned might have been manipulated?
It's possible. Well, I know for a fact that some things I was taught in school were manipulated.
All right. Do you believe that some things that have been proven can be disproven and changed?
Yes. Well, some things that have stood up to falsification will be falsified.
Can you prove to me that JFK was assassinated?
That he was assassinated?
Yes.
Personally, I couldn't prove him that. It seems to me uncontroversial that he was assassinated. The question I think people might have is exactly who assassinated him and why.
That's not what I asked. I asked, can you prove that he was assassinated, killed?
I can prove he was killed.
And there's facts about this?
As far as I know.
Some kind of literature, some kind of historical record, or is there historical records, anything that can prove the evidence that he was killed?
By
a bullet.
There's enough evidence to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. Can you fairly answer that there are certain people that are trained to give accurate, accountable information about what they observe and see compared to what we call a regular civilian or a trained first responder or officer?
I'm not aware of any such training.
Is it a fact in some cases, for witness reasons, that someone who is maybe an official or military grade or FBI is considered more credible witness than a regular civilian?
I would not give them more credence personally. Just a promise of nothing, no.
Would you believe someone if either or was able to present video or even written down evidence of anything
I would be
that
more
is
likely to.
presented.
I would be more likely to believe video, but I would still be skeptical based depending on the claim. Written down is less credible, but can still be considered.
Okay. I can't see the seconds, so keep me updated, Waters.
4.5 minutes. You'll hear the bell. 4.5 minutes.
Would you believe a regular person with a camera that's a YouTuber, or would you of some video evidence of things versus maybe an official video like military cams or webcams, like like patrol car cams, body cams, surveillance footages and things like that from the military, or a YouTuber or media output?
I would probably be give more credence to a military releasing of footage, or a governmental agency releasing of footage that it hasn't been doctored. That doesn't mean I would give credence to the conclusions.
Um, At one point, did most of the people that lived on Earth believe that the world was flat whenever it was academically claimed?
That is my understanding.
And is it true today?
It was never true.
Wow. And how is it not true?
The evidence points to the world not being flat. It points to it being a spheroid.
Fair enough. That means you do agree that things can be proven one way and maybe later proven false and proven another way.
Yes.
With evidence.
Well, prove is an interesting word. I think what you do is you don't prove propositions, you fail to falsify them. But they're always open to falsification in the future based on new data.
Right. Now, anyone makes a claim or presents you with a theory or any kind of belief, is it fair to say anything for you to believe in that you have to have evidence?
I have to, for me personally, to believe in a claim, I have to see how it's falsifiable has failed to be falsified.
Failed to be falsified. Can you rephrase that answer in a better understanding way?
Okay. So to me, the most important part about epistemology is not believing false things. And if you cannot falsify a proposition, if it's unfalsifiable, anyone can say anything about it, and there's no way to say you're wrong. If I can't be able to say you're wrong about this, I am not able to give it any credence, because I like to say truth is constrained by reality and false is unconstrained because of its imagination.
In this world, do you believe we need to study all things that is presented in this world? And that includes other civilizations, ancient civilizations, all literatures, all books um, that give any kind of uh, uh, witness narrative to it.
Do we need to study them? I think it's important to study the past, but no single person is going to do that. You have to. There's too much knowledge out there for any single person to process it all. You have to have specialization.
All right. Those
Right.
were
And
15 minutes. Crypto 15 minutes are over. Phantom X, are you ready to ask crypto questions?
Sure.
All right. Start it.
All right. All right. So, you believe in a god, crypto?
I believe in one true God.
One true God. Okay. What is the best reason you have for believing in God?
To me, there is literary history recorded. There is unexplainable things that I cannot explain that doesn't seem to fit reality in some cases. It's like the impossible, and I have been spoken to within my mind from I believe is the true God, especially for what I was instructed to do, and it was an affirmation. I guess I could say it's an affirmation. I've always had faith. Yeah.
All right, that's a lot to go with. Let's go with the unexplainable things. Do you think? Can you give me an? I assume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Can you correct me if I'm wrong? Because it's unexplainable, you have decided it must be a god, or point to a god. Is that correct?
With the knowledge that I, as a finite being, have at this point in time, I can see it on both sides, whether it's one true God that's intervened, or maybe principalities, or maybe others, other. I would
Okay.
say principalities, fallen angels, whatever, but there's not more than one God.
There's not more than one god. Is that what you said?
Yeah, the creator.
Okay. If it's unexplainable, why do you think you can explain it then?
In other words, if I know by my observation that 9 times out of 10 something occurs, but 1 time out of 10 something just doesn't add up. Does that make sense?
Okay.
For example, a car accident. A car that rolls multiple times, in most cases, results in death. And in the same, maybe even a worse condition, that the survivor walks away unscathed and no problems. Is that a great way to explain it?
Sure. And when someone says this is why that person didn't die in that horrible car wreck, and what do you think of that?
Rephrase it. Maybe give me an example.
Someone let's say, well, I mean, I don't know. You're the one who brought up the car wreck, so I don't know the specifics. I'm just saying, like, if someone had an explanation, and maybe this is wrong. Does the lack of an explanation mean that we should so I'm going to move on to a different question. Does the lack of an explanation mean that we should assume it was supernatural?
I'd have to say there might be a percentage scale on that one. That would be to each and every one to make their own determination of that question.
Okay. At what point should we stop saying there's probably an explanation, I just don't know it, and switch over to it's definitely something supernatural happened?
Trying to understand how to answer that one. That one's a tough one. How would I?
That's fine.
That one's a tough one.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
Ask it one more time.
Okay, so you said that you should sometimes you should say there's an explanation I don't understand, I don't know, but it's probably a natural one. But then at some point there's it's it just has to be a supernatural explanation. And I'm asking how do you just determine when there's definitely not a natural explanation and it's definitely a supernatural explanation?
You have to give me an example. I mean,
I don't know. I'm asking. I'm trying to figure out where you're at. I don't have an example.
Possession of a human being and exercised by a priest. The placements of the stars and planets. What's supernatural are you talking about? The presence of different interdimensional beings. I mean, I'm trying to figure out or someone walking away from a crash, that they just could not walk away from.
Any of those, whatever criteria you say you use. I'm trying to figure out how you think about the world. And so whatever criteria you use, and when you look at this situation, you say,
well, I think of the world as a creator that kind of runs this world how he sees fit.
Okay. So how do you decide when you're looking at a situation? How do you decide this situation, this event was definitely supernatural versus this event probably was just natural, I just don't know why or what happened?
When it can't be explained.
When it can't be explained. How do you know? But how do you tell when it can't be explained versus you just don't have an explanation for it?
You'd have to be a little bit more defined in that question.
Okay, you said when it can't be explained is when you would say it's definitely supernatural. And I'm asking you, when you look at a situation and you don't have an explanation, how do you say this situation cannot be explained? Or you have two options. If you don't have an explanation, you can say it doesn't have an explanation, or you can say there's probably an explanation here, I just don't know it.
Okay, I'll put it to you like this. Once I've ruled out all explanations that I can explain it does not fit, it has to be supernatural.
Okay. So
fair enough.
So if you can't find an explanation, it's definitely supernatural. Is that what you're saying?
In a lot of cases, like I said, if there's not an explanation about something, and I've ruled out all explanations possible of why something occurred, then it can only point to some kind of divine intervention. if that's the
Okay.
best way. But since we're talking about a creator, if I assume that,
Okay.
if it's other
So,
things, something physical, then maybe need some more testing.
okay. So, what about someone who has specialized knowledge of, say, this specific field that would cover this event that you don't have? Do you think they could come up with an explanation even though you couldn't?
You mean to disprove the supernatural?
No, just if they're looking at a situation and they have more knowledge about this specific the physics or the thing that's going on here, if they have more knowledge of this type of event, do you think they might be able to come up with an explanation that you could not?
Oh, sure. That's why I said I would make sure that I go through all the explanations, and that might even lean toward anyone who could explain it for me and could not in that field.
Hmm. So how often have you done that? Like when you see something you've decided is supernatural, can you give me a time when you've said, okay, I don't have an explanation for this. It's probably supernatural, but I'm going to go ahead and check with an expert first.
Hmm. You mean like an experience?
I don't know. I'm just asking for any examples of where if you've checked with an expert who might have more knowledge than you did before you concluded it's supernatural.
Well, I wouldn't even know how to answer that. I just told you I would have done a lot of research, maybe asked people in the fields of certain things that might seem supernatural to get an explanation. If none of them, if they told me they don't know, makes no sense. Got to be something divine. Then that would point to that way, would it not? If a
Not to
person
me,
that had a
but
PhD in the field and I leaned on that person and asked questions and they could not answer me, then it would have to become to a supernatural situation. That's what I'm saying. Ruling out all explanational and gathering facts before I make a determination.
okay. Um, and do you think it's? Do you think?
Or
Okay.
I
Oh,
can
I
give
have
you
a.
an example.
Okay, go ahead and give me an example.
Here's an example. You know what? I got an electric bill coming up. It's 1 week. I need to come up with some money. And I have no clue because I'm dead broke and I don't know how I'm going to get the money. But here comes Friday, and 2 hours prior, all out of the blue, I get a phone call. Hey, I got some things I need you to do right here around my house, and I'll pay you. And I never said anything to the person. Well, that's what I'm talking about as far as a supernatural situation. And then I'm able to pay my bill.
And you think there's no explanation for that?
Well, I just told you, supernatural.
Okay. If someone could propose an explanation for that, would you say it's not supernatural then?
You want to call it coincidence?
No.
Well, give it to me. Show me
Let's say that someone knew how frequently your electric bill comes up, or knew that you were struggling with bills this month, and they said, "Hey, I'm going to call crypto. I happen to have some things I could have done. I've been thinking about this, and I know crypto's needing some money, so I think we can make a deal."
That's awesome, but now you'll have to explain why it's happened more than once. Mind you, I don't tell anybody about what I owe or what I have to do or anything like that. That's not how I work and operate.
If it's happened more than once, I mean that kind of looks like a pattern to me. People know that, you know, you are willing to
You're
do
assuming a lot of things.
I mean, you
They're
just said it
doing a
happened
lot of
more than
things.
once. I didn't say that.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Um, is it possible that they know that that you are willing to do odd jobs if they have them available?
No,
It's not possible.
no.
Okay then. Well, we've got 20 more seconds. I don't really have enough time for another question and answer, so I guess we'll just call it there.
All
All
right.
right. Awesome. 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 There's something interesting about this format. It takes away or filters a lot of the emotions in the conversations. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. Um, I think it's a bit hard for people to hide behind the emotions of the conversations and the interruptions. Once we have like clear opportunity to speak uninterrupted and ask clear, concise questions, I think the conversations takes a whole different meaning or approach. I don't know. It seems to me. Thank you, Phantom X and Crypto. That was an interesting conversation. I
Yes,
noticed.
appreciate it, Phantom X. Thank you. Thank you, Waters.
Awesome,
Yeah, it was a good
awesome.
conversation.
Yes, thank you both. I noticed that Life for Christ is in the Discord. Is you want to participate? Life for Christ in this respectful, organized, structured conversation. Go ahead.
And I would love challenge you.
Myself.
Yes, I'm hearsay on YouTube, but Live for Christ on Facebook.
What's I'm sorry, you're breaking up a little bit. Life for Christ. What's your user
I'm
on YouTube?
I'm hearsay on YouTube, but Live for Christ on Discord.
Oh, hearsay. I apologize.
Oh, yeah,
I
you want
I
me to
I thought you
come
were a
here.
man. I'm sorry.
I take your challenge there, mister.
I apologize for that. So, all right. I'll take I'll accept the challenge. Do you want to ask questions first, or you want me to ask questions first?
No, you go ahead and ask your questions.
All right. Let me go first. Oh. All right. Let's start this watch now. All right. So the time is running. So, Life for Christ, are you a believer in God?
Yes, sir.
Is it the God of the Bible?
Yes, sir.
Do you have scientific proof for the existence of God?
No, I don't have scientific proof. The scientists have scientific proof that there is no God. Oh, sorry, I can't ask. My bad.
Okay, so have you ever seen God?
I've never seen God.
Have you ever experienced God with any of your human senses?
Feeling, yeah, I believe that I've felt him.
Felt them through your skin, like in touch, or felt them in the sense of a feeling?
In touch.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, in touch.
In touch, like physically.
Like, yeah.
Can you elaborate?
Well, I'd have to tell you the whole story, and it would take a lot of our time.
Just elaborate when God touched you physically, where specifically in your body touched you?
Oh, he just touched me on the shoulder.
How do you know it was God touching you in the
If
shoulder?
I'm low, I know that he's there. I can feel him.
Okay, so how do you know it was God?
Well, I don't. Well, because I had a warmth feeling.
I'm sorry, Life for Christ. Can you repeat?
I've had a warmth. It's a warm feeling when he touches you.
Okay, so how do you know the warmth feeling?
I've had other people touch me, and I've never felt that same feeling.
Okay, what exactly did you feel apart from the touch on your shoulder?
Just his embrace, the knowing that he's there and he, will
Did you
hold you. And
did you feel a presence?
yeah, you can feel his presence there with you.
What does the presence feel like?
It's like I told you, Javier, it's a warm feeling. It's like somebody, you can't see them personally, but you can feel them there.
Is it like a warm feeling, like when you see a movie that you'd really
Yeah,
like?
yeah. I can't explain the feeling. No, it's not like that at all. It's a feeling like a loved one is there, but he's not there. You can't see him, but you can feel him.
So you couldn't tell anyone or demonstrate to anyone that what you felt was God.
No, it's a personal experience, Javier.
Okay, did it change anything in your life, that experience?
Well, yeah, you have to change the way you live. Yeah.
How did it change your life?
Well, you quit doing the things that you did secular, like you quit stealing, you quit lying, you quit all them things, and you live for him now.
What were you doing at the moment that God touched your shoulder?
I was about ready to go off a cliff in my vehicle, and I felt angels and I felt his warmth. I asked him, please, God, come and be with me. And I felt him hold me, just like put his hand on my shoulder. And then my car, just before I went off that cliff, stopped right there.
You don't have to answer, okay? Was this an accident or was not an accident?
It was an accident. The roads were slick and the car that's in front of us slid out of control in front of me, and I tried to I overcorrected when trying to correct.
So
And go around.
at this moment, the car stopped suddenly, and you felt something on your shoulder.
Right.
Was this a moment?
After I had prayed that he would come and stop my vehicle, because I seen the cliff coming and I seen my car going over it, and I said, Lord, please come and be with me. I had 2 young children at the time and my husband at the time in my vehicle, and I said, Lord, please come and be with me and stop this vehicle, and he did that.
Okay. Was this situation in this moment, can you describe it as a high load emotionally situation?
Can you explain that a different way?
There was a lot of emotion at that moment, like for example, fear.
There was a lot of fear. I was scared. Yeah, I was.
In a scale from 0 to 10, 10 being the most fearful, how fearful were you at that moment? Say that again.
I was probably at an 8.
At 8.
Yep.
Did this happen on a Sunday?
No, it didn't happen on a Sunday.
What day of the week was it?
Javier, I can't tell you that. It was during the week. My husband at the time's mom was in another town. We were going there, so she had a heart attack and had to be shipped to another town. So we had to drive there that night.
Okay.
It was during Thursday or Friday. I don't remember.
Okay, how close to God were you at that moment?
At that moment?
Yes, in reference as you being in church, going to church and listening to God's word.
We didn't attend no church at that time. I did read my Bible. I did know the Lord. I did walk. I had been walking besides going to a church. I had been walking with him, yes.
What made you take the decision to direct your words to God at that moment? Were you thinking that you were going to die?
I was thinking that I possibly could go off that cliff, yeah.
Okay, and you think that the last thing that probably could save you was God?
Was God. Yep. Amen.
Okay. How long ago was this? How many years ago?
It's probably about 10 years. No, like 20 years ago. My kids were little.
Okay, and did your family also change their life because of this, towards God, because of this situation, this exact accident that you had?
No, my husband didn't even know I had prayed. So no, it had. It was between me and my Father in heaven.
Okay, and you said that at that time you were not close to God, you were not like praying, you were not going to church.
I told you I was praying. I was reading my Bible. I didn't go to a church at that time. No,
Okay, how many times a week do you read the Bible
I
at that
read the
time?
Bible at least 3 out of the 7 days, I'd say.
And what motivated you to read the Bible so much?
Because that is how we get close to our Father.
Why would you want to get close to God?
That's how we learn about His Word, is by
Why
reading His.
why would you want to get close to God? What was your motivation?
I was raised in a Christian family.
Both your parents were Christians?
And my dad, I wouldn't say was, no.
Your dad wasn't.
No.
And your mom was?
My mom, church, yeah.
Strong Christian?
Yes, she was.
Do you had a lot of influence from her?
I do look up to my mom. That's a,
Was she ever like talk to you about God and how good
my
God
mom,
was?
yeah, she prayed with us at night.
So from 0 to 10, how influential was your mom in your approach to God?
Well, I'd say probably a 5, 6, maybe.
So do you agree that she was quite influential?
Yeah, I believe my mom steered us in the right direction. Amen. I do.
Do you think there's a possibility that you somehow were probably subconsciously reference to God in a way that carries a lot of emotional loadness when it comes to God and believing in God?
Okay, I don't understand the word lotus. Can you explain that?
Load, L, I think it's spelled LOAD, like load.
I get that lotus, so that like a load on you, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It,
You're saying
some
my mom has influence on my life,
yes, something that
and
is very
I
strongly
walk,
emotional.
right? I like I said, I agree. She steered me to Christ.
Do you think that if she was not influential in your life in regards to God, you would have acted exactly the same way you acted that day that you had the accident, saying those words?
No, I don't believe I would have acted that way. I wouldn't have prayed to God had I not known that there was a God.
Do you think the outcome have been different?
Yes, I would do. I don't think that vehicle would have stopped.
So you believe that God stopped that accident from happening? I'm sorry, didn't hear the answer.
No, I do. I don't think that vehicle would have stopped. I was sliding on ice.
So you think that God stopped that
I think
accident from happening?
yes, I do. I do believe that my father stopped that accident from happening.
Okay, and what do you think about the people that were going to have an accident? They pray to God and the car never stopped, what do you think happened to them?
There's different situations that I can't tell you why God allowed that to happen to them. I'm sorry, but that is between them and Him, and I can't tell you why. There, sometimes knows. Okay, He knows the outcome before it ever happens, so He knows what is going to happen, right? So maybe it was better for them to be in heaven with Him than it was for them to be here on this earth.
So in your case, he knew that you were going to have an accident.
In my case, He knew I was going to have an accident.
And he also knew that he was going to stop it from happening.
He knew that if I prayed,
If you didn't pray, would that accident have another
oh,
outcome?
it might have still happened. Amen. It might have still happened.
So you think that if you didn't pray, probably the outcome would have been different?
Different. Amen. I do.
So if God already knew what was going to happen,
God says
would
we ask Him, and He will answer.
yeah, the question is if you pray or not, would it make a change of what God already know?
Yeah, I believe if we pray, then it could change the outcome.
So God doesn't know the outcome.
God does know the outcome.
So if I understand correctly, God is all knowing and
God is all.
limitless, timeless.
God knows what you're going to ask for before you ever ask.
So God is not bound by time.
God knows what you're going to ask for before you ever open your mouth, Javier.
So is he bound by time or not?
God is not bound by time. No, there's no
So
time where our.
so he sees everything at the same time. All right, my time is over. All right, that was really good. Okay, so this is your turn. You ready?
Hey, are
All
you
right.
certain, Javier, that
I'm
God does not exist
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead now. Ready.
and that God does not exist, or
No,
that
I'm
you
not.
can't know he exists?
Okay, rephrase the question, please.
Are you certain that God does not exist?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So you don't know that he does or he doesn't exist. He may exist.
I have my doubts, but I'm almost 100% that at least the God of the Bible is not real.
Okay. How did you use your five senses to come to that decision?
I just scan my surroundings, information, and try to come to my own conclusions and try to be careful and by not accepting other people's labels and definitions into my life. And if I do, it's because I try to analyze those definitions and labels. And if I come to a conclusion of accepting them or not.
Okay. Given that God is by definition a spirit, how much sense does it make to decide whether he exists using your five physical senses?
I think is a fact that we live in a physical world. And I think we are programmed, designed, or constructed in a way that we depend on our senses. So I think it's reasonable for someone wanting to come to a conclusion based on their senses. Especially if I'm going to be held accountable and live my life thinking that I'm going to be going to hell for eternity.
So since he's a spirit, we should use our five senses to tell if he's real or not.
I'm sorry, do you said if we know we are a spirit? Is that what you said?
Because he's a spirit, because our God is a spirit, we should use our five senses to tell if he's real or not.
I don't know if a God is a spirit.
God is a spirit.
I don't know that.
I'm telling you, dude. Did you use your reasoning to determine God does not exist?
I can use my reasoning and critical thinking and my feelings also in order to come to my current conclusion that I doubt that the God of the Bible is real.
Okay. How do you know your reasoning is working correctly?
By analyzing all the information that I can analyze around me in my life, in my families, in this country and the world. I don't think this is the authoring
So
of a God.
So you too believe that others can influence you?
Of course, yes.
Amen. Okay. Did you use your reasoning to determine? Oh, hold on. Do you see the problem with that?
No.
The Bible says that skepticism about God is a result of a mind suppressing what it knows to be true. Have you ever tried doubting your doubts about God?
Yes.
How?
By making live streams and asking people to push back on what I'm saying, ask me questions, try to explain it to me, try to, help me understand that what I'm saying is wrong, not just by preaching to me, but help me to understand with something that you can demonstrate, at least.
Okay. The Bible contains hundreds of prophecies fulfilled hundreds of years after they were written. How would that be possible without a God?
I'm not aware of a single prophecy coming to reality.
Oh yeah, you are. I've sat in your YouTube plenty of times, brother, and heard you say Noah's flood. That was prophesied before it happened.
I'm not aware of it.
Have you read your Bible?
I have my own Bible and I read it. Yes.
Have you read it? So does it say that in the Bible?
I don't remember.
Okay.
And by the way, I don't believe in the flood, great flood.
Okay, so did it prophesy about Christ in the New Old Testament before he came and lived and died on a cross?
I don't remember reading that myself, but apparently some people have brought it up on these live streams.
Okay. The Bible says that objective moral values are based in God's morally perfect nature. Without God, what do you think they are based in?
If that is a question for me, based my view on the world based on my experiences, my pre-programs as a human being, my analysis, and my empathy.
Okay. Jesus' disciples went from being terrified of death to being willing to die for their belief that Jesus rose from the dead. If Jesus didn't rise, what do you think charged them? What do you think changed their mind?
I don't know. I never met these people. I never got to talk to them. So whatever I know from them is based on something that I would read on a book. So I don't believe it.
Okay, you've talked about it. lives, though? You say that Christians are terrified of death, so they believe.
I think
So
that, yes, go ahead.
so that they'll get everlasting life. Brother Clearwater says that we are terrified of going to hell, so we believe.
Kind of, yes. That's more or less what I say, yes.
Yes. Even though he can't tell us what changed the disciples' minds.
I don't know.
There
I
are
cannot.
hundreds of varieties of unbelief. How do you know yours is the right one?
Okay, repeat that question, please.
There are hundreds of varieties of unbelief. How do you know yours is the right one?
Of unbelief?
Yeah, you don't believe, right? So how do you know yours is the right unbelief? You want to know how ours is the right belief. We want to know how you know yours is the right unbelief.
I haven't jumped to a conclusion yet. If I believe that God is real or not, that's why I keep saying in my live streams that I believe in the possibility. It's a very minute possibility. That's why I'm asking questions.
There is more evidence that Jesus Christ lived, died, and came back to life than for just about any other event in ancient history. If God did not exist, or Jesus claims to be God, were not true, then how would you explain his resurrection?
I don't know. I was not there. I don't have experience of that. I don't have
Did he?
first account.
Do you believe that he died and rose again?
No.
So, did you ever believe in Jesus Christ, or are you just telling us that one time you were a believer and now you're not?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's what we believe in. One of the most basic principles of philosophy, confirmed by science, is ex nihilo nihil fit. Out of nothing, nothing comes. Without God, how do you think everything came into being?
I don't know.
So you believe in science, right?
I don't put my 100% trust in science. No, I question everything.
Okay, that's fair enough. The Bible says that we were created to live forever, and that death is an unnatural enemy brought about by sin. If you are a naturalist who believes death is simply part of life, which you have told us plenty of times, and alive that you believe is just part of life, how do you explain why we feel like we ought to live forever and why pain and death feel so unnatural and wrong to just about everyone?
If I understand the question correctly, okay, go ahead.
How do you explain to us that death is unnatural or it's wrong?
If I understand the question correctly, I think our fear of dying comes from a lack of understanding. We ignore who we are, what we're doing here on earth, and what happens to us when we die. And that brings fear, it brings emotions. And because of those feelings that we get, and we try to move away from them, we try to replace a reasonable explanation with God because there's nothing else.
So do you feel like you should live forever?
I don't know. Sometimes I'm afraid of dying, but then sometimes I think about living forever and also makes me fearful. Both. I can elaborate on that if you want.
So we feel that when we're alive, living, let me see if I get this right. We're living and we're afraid of death. Are you afraid of death?
Yes,
Okay, why do you think that is?
because of my ignorance and how I feel about my ignorance.
Why do you think we should be afraid of death, though? It's just a natural feel.
Because of my
Natural
ignorance. In my case,
feeling.
because of my ignorance.
It just happens. But you think that we would feel that way if things would have been, if there wouldn't have been never, if there would never have been sin? Do you think that we would still feel afraid? I don't know. Never mind. Never mind my question. I can't. I wanted to ask you somehow different. But
Okay. You got 2 more minutes.
okay. If there were no God, why would anything objectively matter?
Rephrase that question.
If there is no God, why would anything objectively matter?
Yeah, I don't know. For me, life matters without a God.
So to you, life matters, even though you have to die, and there's nothing after this life. What do you have to live for?
Absolutely. Sometimes that death is what makes this so valuable to me, that I'm able to breathe.
But what do you have to live for if you're gonna die eventually, and you're gonna go to the grave, and there's nothing?
I think that
Exist.
comes from my lack of understanding.
So you don't live for anything.
I live for myself, my family, my friends.
Okay.
If you don't mind, the other day, 2 days ago, I had an experience when I thought for a moment, man, if I die here, man, I'm so thankful for this experience that I'm having at that moment with my family.
Don't you want to continue to be happy though, and go on and live forever after this life? Your family?
No, without knowledge. Whoa, 15 minutes. Whoa, that felt like 3 minutes. Well, Hersey 98, Life for Christ. Thank you so much for participating, and thank you for taking the invitation and for challenging me. I really appreciate it. I think that was a wonderful conversation.
I hope that challenges you and you really think about life and what
I
you
will.
live.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Well, that was Life for Christ. On the chat, she's Hersey 98. I already apologize because I've been calling her a man the whole time. I guess probably it'll be a good idea to look at the images. Probably, I think probably she has a picture of her. But anyways, that was an interesting conversation. There's something about having these types of conversation, taking the emotion away from it. I think the conversation is way, way more clearer. You cannot hide behind the emotions and the yelling and the interrupting. You had to present your information as clear as possible. Wow. I wish debates, were like this. Talk, ask your question clearly, and I will answer clearly. No yelling, no talking on top of each other, no emotions overflow. I think I've come to this by accident, having this conversation, but I think if I listen to debates with this type of format, I think probably there's more chance for me learning something and not just listening to guys trying to demonstrate who's smarter than the other one.
If you like this You should check out Anthony Magnabosco. He doesn't put out a whole lot of content anymore, but he did stuff very much like this.
Anthony?
Anthony Magnabosco. Yeah, I'll look his channel up and send you a link.
All right. Yes, I can check it out. Anthony Magnabosco, I got him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this guy. Let me see. Whoa, he stopped making videos 2 years ago.
Yeah, he got busy working behind the scenes on his pet project, so he stopped doing the videos, but he's got a backlog of pretty good stuff.
Hmm. Okay, so he goes on the street and talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I wish I could do that here, but here in Panama, I will have a hard time.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yes, because you will not find many people speaking in English on the street. At least I don't think so. So that was quite good. I think that probably we have the chance for one more conversation because it's gonna be it's 3.5 hours, so we're taking this to 4 hours. So if anybody wants to participate, you can do it now, or we call it right there. I mean, we can just have an open conversation. What do you think, Phantom, about this type of conversation that we have had this night, this live stream?
This is the kind of stuff that I really enjoy. Getting in and just questioning a person and digging into their beliefs a little bit, digging into my own beliefs a little bit. I like that.
Did you notice that there was no anybody yelling or constantly interrupting?
Yeah, that for sure. And I do kind of like that it's you take turns, so like no one has the upper hand of being the I'm only going to question you and you don't get to question me, because that can be unbalanced.
Yeah, at the beginning when I was thinking about doing this, I didn't have the part at the bottom on the title, the non-believers. I'm like, wait a second. How about we do this fairly? And if I'm questioning someone, a believer, how come they cannot ask me questions? So I introduced the non-believers so they can ask me questions. So that way we'll make it fair. I think her say 98, which is Life for Christ, I took advantage of this, that we can have a conversation. And to my surprise, I mean, this turned out really good. Nothing about trying to prove her wrong or she trying to prove me wrong. It's just presenting the information and try to give straight answers. And like I said before, there's little chance that people can hide behind the emotional aspects that you see sometimes in these types of debates. Some people know that they are wrong and they start bombarding you with information so you can forget, try to obfuscate whatever they are wrong about or they are not right about. It's little chance to do that in this type of conversation. What do you think, Crypto?
I was going to say, keep in mind to let people know that you have 3 or 4 people in here to come in and choose who you're looking for, and also maybe have another round of this. So maybe someone might want a rematch of some questions. I was hoping Phantom would ask me for evidence, but he didn't. But that's okay.
Well,
Yeah.
like I'm all about the methodology. I hold on. I hold to. I have plenty of evidence. I don't know how to evaluate it, and I need a method to evaluate it.
Something that I got from that conversation between you two, especially Phantom, is that you're not interested in the evidence when you don't have something to test it with. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
That's interesting. So, do you guys?
Yeah, because
go ahead.
trying to allude how he can where did you learn what 1 + 1 = 2? And then, because all of us has been told, or we've been taught, in whatever way from the powers of to be, whether they're influenced in the wrong or right ways, due to our understanding of reality here on Earth. See, my mind I keep as large as I can, and you know, if I read about Peter Pan, it's an interesting story, but come on, it was a fictional, not what do you call it? Yeah, a fictional book. You know what I'm saying? But whenever there's things that there's just so much evidence that's out there, and that's why I was trying to ask the questions I did, because, like, for instance, you could tell me that JFK was shot, and I would say, well, I don't know that. I wasn't there. How can you prove that to me? Well, there's a newspaper clipping, you know what I'm saying? And let's pull it up, bam, and then you can read the story for yourself. And I was trying to get to that with the newfound evidences that may be stirring, that point to things that have been talked about in places that kind of are correlating with each other, that you take another look in a different way of analyzing the truth about the proof of something, I guess you could say. Another form of
Sure.
truth.
When you ask that, go ahead, Phantom.
So when you were asking me questions, I had a lot of trouble answering because you kept asking me about proof. And, like, I don't think you can prove things about reality. The only time you can prove things is when they're analytical. And by analytical, I mean, if we develop a system, let's say we develop the system of math, you can do proofs in math because you know the entire system of math.
Well,
We don't know the entire reality, so we can't do proofs of reality. We can only do high confidence beliefs.
Are there
And so when you
things?
kept asking me, you kept asking me, can I prove this, or could I prove this or that? And it was about reality. I admit I can't prove that this is the thing. I can give you enough evidence that warrants a high confidence belief in it, but that's the best I can give you.
Well, I understand that, and to argue against what you're saying there is this. We're talking about all sides. People want proof and evidence of things. Am I right?
I'm not. I don't like. I mean, if they're like me, they're not looking for proof because they don't believe proof is possible.
Be like you said, like you're saying, the Bible's just a book, right?
It doesn't appear to be anything more than a book to me. Yes.
Right, and I'd be like if I said, well, algebra is nothing but a book.
Okay.
Do you understand where I'm coming from?
No.
You can bring me a book of Algebra A, and I can open it up. I could read the whole thing, do it, understand it, and say, yeah, it's not real.
Okay,
just a book.
So I think you don't understand how I see math. Let me ask you a question. If I gave you a book on a book that had the rules of chess, it's just the rules of chess. It's nothing more than that. Would you say that you could play chess and not use those rules and just throw the rules away and move the pieces around however you want? Are you still playing chess?
Well, by the way you look at things, yes.
Okay. That's actually not how I look at things. I don't think you understand how I look at things. If you don't use the rules of chess, you're doing something else. You're not playing chess. You're playing a different game, maybe. I don't know. But you're definitely not playing chess because chess has rules. And if you're not following those rules, you're not playing chess. I look at math the same way. So if I give you a book of algebra and you say, well, I don't agree with this, that's fine. I don't mind. You're just not doing math. You're doing something else.
But either way, You didn't know nothing in the beginning, and you were taught that way to play that game chess, and you were
Yeah.
taught that way to understand math in that way. And I can tell you right now, there are things that defy physics.
Okay. I've not seen anything that is apparently defying physics to me, but I haven't seen everything.
But Phantoms, I have a question for you. You said something about not being able to prove things
Yeah.
entirely. You don't think there's not? You think there's nothing you can prove in this life?
Uh, so I break the world down to analytic truths and synthetic truths. Analytic truths are true by definition. This covers things like math and ch- what moves are available in chess and uh, things what definitions of words are like. Those are analytic because they're true by definition. But then
But
there's synthetic truths, which is when you take propositions and apply it to the world, the external world. And if you say, I have proven that the world is a certain way, what you're doing is that you're saying there is no there it's this is the way it is. There's no future data that could come about that would say this is wrong, that this is false. And I just don't think you can do that. Not if you're going to stay intellectually honest. You always have to be open to new data changing your conclusions.
Crypto, can you mute the microphone? There's a noise on the background.
this is the wind.
Phantom, what about if you can prove to someone else that if they put their hand on a hot stove, they're gonna burn their hand?
I mean, that's where we come to high confidence beliefs. I think we can have high confidence beliefs about reality, and those are warranted. But to say they're true beyond a reason, beyond all doubt, there's no way they could be false. I just don't think we can do that. If someone, I would say that I have a high confidence that if you put your hand on a hot stove, it's going to burn. I have enough high confidence that I would never do that, and I would never advocate for that. But if you're asking me, is there some way? If there is no way that a hot stove would not burn your hand, I can't say that for sure. There could be some physics that we don't know about that changes or alters that situation in a way that I can't foresee.
You wouldn't call that proof?
I would not call that proof. No.
Proof would not be something that you can demonstrate and duplicate and replicate.
If the only time it's proof is when there's no future data that could change the conclusion. That's what I consider proof.
In the case of touching the hot stove, what would change?
I just said I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know everything about physics. We don't know everything about physics. And it could be the case that there is something about physics in the parts that we don't know that could change it.
So do you think there's something that can change someone burning their hand touching a hot stove?
I do not think there is. No. I believe there's probably not, but I would never say there's definitely not.
What would be a proof for you? What would be the ingredients?
Like I said, proofs are things for analytic truths. So you can do a proof in math, you can do a proof in logic, because those are systems we developed. We know the totality of that system. So you can do proofs. You can do proofs in systems that we know. But if you don't know the full system and we don't know all of reality, you can't have proofs without knowing the full system.
Man, I'm trying to get a grasp on that one. So in your point of view, there's nothing that can be proven not even death.
Exactly. It's just pretty much pointless to prove anything to him because I did the
Mm,
same
You
argument.
no,
what you can do
You've ever
is
learned.
falsify things. So
What do you mean? I think.
and that's how I operate. I'm looking for things that can be falsified. I can't say this is true, but I can say this is false. And so if you want to prove something to me, or you want me to hold a belief with high confidence, you have to put it through testing and make sure, and it has to be falsifiable, and you have to put it through those tests, and it has to succeed and not ever be falsified. And the more tests you put it through and it stays unfalsified, the more confidence I will have that this is probably actually true. But I'll never be 100% that it's true.
how would that apply to the hot stove, the falsifiable?
How would that apply? Okay. You could falsify that putting your hand on a hot stove won't burn your hand if you put your hand on the stove and it didn't burn your hand. Like
But
that's how it.
in that case, the stove would not be hot. That would be a stove.
No, we can put a thermometer on it. We can say, yep, this stove is 300 degrees. I put my hand on it. It doesn't burn my hand. That's falsified. It didn't happen.
But in what case in this world would that example take place?
I don't know. I'm not saying it would. I'm saying you asked how it could be falsified. That's how you would falsify it. You can't falsify reality. Okay, like if something is true, it won't be you can't falsify it. But if there are conditions under which it is falsifiable, you can test those conditions. And if it is true, it will hold up, but it's still never proven because there's other conditions that you may not be able to test it against, or other conditions you don't even know about that you can't test it against.
So in the case of the hot stove, you think that it could be falsified because you can put a thermometer, you can say 350 degrees, and someone can touch it and still don't burn their hands?
I mean, there's other explanations for why that could happen, like the thermometer could be messed up. But if everything checked out and we said, yep, this was a hot stove, it should have burned this hand, but it didn't burn the hand, you falsified that hot stoves always burn hands.
It's kind of like this. He'd have to test pulling the trigger of a loaded gun on his head that it will not kill him. He would have to in his test.
That's not exactly it.
It's a test. You know what I'm saying? No different.
So you're looking at this wrong. You're saying if I can't say it's proven, I just have no belief in it at all, and that's not the case. I do have high confidence, but that doesn't mean I believe it's 100%.
So Phantom, if I understand correctly, so if you think that the example of the hot stove can be falsified, I mean, you're really, really, really far away from God being real.
Right. I mean, I think I would agree. I think there's probably not possible to have a method that falsifies God. And without that, the problem, and I think I mentioned this earlier, but the problem with not being able to falsify it is that anybody can say anything. And if you can't falsify it, you have no way to say this person is wrong and this other person is correct or more likely correct. You can't. If you can't falsify any of it, even in theory, there's no way to say what's true and what's not, what's imagination.
And falsify every claim that you give me that you tried to falsify, but you proved that it can't be false to you. But I can say, well, it's false to me. You know, like just like that, back to that problem, you know, 1 1 equals 1 versus 1 1 equals 2. You know.
So, I mean, Phantom, if you don't mind, so just going by imagination, let's say, for example, God stands in front of you and he's like, Phantom, I'm God. And he puts his hand in this hot stove and it's bright red, and he touches the stove and he doesn't burn his hand. What comes to your mind?
So no matter how your epistemology works, it can always be overridden by personal experiences. That's something I think is true. And so if I had a personal experience that convinced me, it could possibly override my epistemology, and I would believe it. And I would have no way not to.
So in that case, what conclusion would you come to?
If it overrode my epistemology, I would be. By definition, if it convinced me, it would convince me. That's just definitionally true. It would mean that it overrode my epistemology. It was so convincing to me personally that it overrode my epistemology, and I got convinced, and would probably alter my epistemology somewhat. I don't know how.
So in other words, you probably consider being a believer. Is that what you're saying?
I would say, if I'm convinced that God exists, I am a believer. That's just what that means.
At that moment, probably you will consider using the word no. And remember, I'm not a believer, okay? So I'm not suggesting anything. It's just, I find it quite interesting the way you look at things in a very scientific way. At least that's my understanding from what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm a little bit weird when it comes to the word no, because I go with the justified true belief definition of knowledge, and I keep going back and forth on whether you can actually have justification or not. But sometimes when I say I know something, I just mean I have really high confidence in this. And it just depends on what I'm trying to convey at the moment. But yeah, if I had high enough confidence, I might use the word no.
And hey, Waters.
Yeah.
And Phantom, disrespect, but that'd be like, I can't wait till the creator falsifies the God of how you say it? Apostology or whatever it was. How do you say that term?
Epistemology?
Epistemology. The God of epistemology. Because that's what you live for.
What?
I don't live for epistemology. That's kind of a weird thing to say. Epistemology is just like the method everyone has an epistemology, and it's just it's a word that means the method you use for things you count as knowledge.
Right, and that's just like me saying I use the creator of my knowledge.
Sure. Yeah, that can be part of your epistemology. Sure.
I couldn't learn a thing or create anything, and it's only by the will of the creator that I'm able to do these things. Even partake of epistemology, however you say it. But I wouldn't put that
epistemology. Phantom, I think I'm gonna get a headache tonight because of what you're telling me. I know this is a different approach. That's why I like these live streams and having people like you on the stream.
Sure.
If you in the case of the hot stove, going back to that scenario, forget about someone touching the hot stove. Touching it yourself. At the moment that you are overwhelmed by pain, how much weight does your thinking in the way of scientific thinking, has a value in that moment compared to the pain that you're feeling at that moment? If you
Oh,
know,
probably not. I would probably react to the pain before. I wouldn't think, how do I know I'm feeling pain? Like pain is a phenomenal experience. Your your phenomenal experiences are the most real, provable things you have in your life. And so, like, if I was having a phenomenal experience of pain, I wouldn't question that.
would you come to a conclusion regarding the hot stove?
I mean, yeah, I would react to the pain. Yeah, and I would. So like I said, like I have high confidence. I do come to conclusions, but I hold them provisionally. I don't ever say they're proven conclusions.
So in the case that you have your hand like red and full of blisters, and someone asks,
Uh huh.
"Hey, if I touch the hot stuff, am I gonna burn my hand?" And I said hot stove. Probably you can tell them, yes, if it's
Yeah, I
hot
would tell them. I would
stuff.
say, yeah, don't do that. But if we got into the question of, well, how do you know that? Can you prove it to me? And we're talking philosophically and not just colloquially. Like colloquially, yeah, I would say, yeah, it's going to burn you. But we're in a philosophical kind of discussion right now. And we're talking philosophically, I get a little bit more precise with my language. And when you say, can you prove it? I can't prove it that it will happen every single time. That's it's the problem of induction.
Okay. I'm starting to understand a little bit what you're saying. It's a little bit, in my point of view, concept seems to me that you're trying to be careful not to jump to conclusions way too fast because you can make mistakes and come to the wrong conclusions. So you're trying to be aware and careful. Is that what it, is that the way you look at it? Or am I wrong?
Um yeah, I am trying to guard my beliefs so that I don't uh believe in false things.
Hmm.
And I just wanted
And
to say, Waters, well, I'll wait for you, Ben.
and the reason for that is I mentioned this before, but truth is constrained and imagination is unconstrained. So there's way more false things that I could believe in than true things. And so I err on the side of disbelieving false things and try and I might get some true things mixed up in there rather than allowing so many false things to be believed as true.
So whenever you're listening to people say, that God is loving, God is good, I would think of yourself thinking like there's absolutely no possible way. Because they're not even close to anything that can be called proof.
Yeah, I mean, well, like I said, that's why I'm not interested in their evidence. I'm interested in a method that allows me to falsify non-physical propositions.
Do you think ever we're gonna come up with a method for this type of trying to prove God?
Well, that's why I was trying to introduce footage of a craft, and it was even explained it was similar and looked like an Ezekiel will, which some books that are dated before us came out with written material that describes the exact same thing. Kind of not coincidental. And this is factual evidence from a government standpoint. That's why he never asked me the question. But anyways, he knows where I was going with it because I've already came out with it.
Well,
The other evidence too is the Boogosphere. Like I said before, I'll say it again. There's people on it testing it, and they're dating at 13,000 years old. So, all that stuff is on it now. But, it's just kind of coincidental that the same object that was explained is even got by our military is being dropped from our White House. So,
Can I ask something? Are we talking about being able to determine what is truth?
Pantomex, you want to answer that
Kind
question?
of, yeah. We're circling that, sure.
like
So
one
we're
on one.
trying to we're trying to, are we saying, is this what we're saying, that we're not able to determine true things that are objectively true? Is that what we're saying?
You cannot, by induction, come to objective truth. You can only come to what's objectively false.
Okay. So this is the problem. The problem is that that position is a not God world view position. That's an atheistic position. So no Christian, anyone who is operating out of the narrative of scripture, of the special revelation that is their worldview, will come to that conclusion. Of course, they're going to say that God is true, so he shows us true things and he gives us confidence that there are things that are absolutely true, right? And he upholds this by him being the universal, right? So that's a Christian worldview, biblical worldview position. Now, if anybody holds the position that they cannot know things for certain, or know things for as objective truth, then that's outside of the God worldview. That's a not God worldview position, right? And so we can say, okay, well, in that case, that means the person is operating in absurdity, because people do not live according to uh, not believing in faith that they don't have certain amount of money in the bank. When you go to the teller and you just got paid, you said, well, I know I got paid. I got the receipt here. I'm asking the teller for $250 and they're telling me I only have a $2.50 in the bank. That person is going to argue with the teller because they believe fundamentally in objective truth. Okay? So that's my point. My point is that that is not a God worldview position. And to defend it would be to delve into a worldview that is characterized by absurdity.
Okay.
So if we say that, okay, well, we can never know things. A person does not live like that. A person does not say, well, I mean, I'm going to go to the teller and I'm not going to really argue with her because there's a 99.999% chance that she could be right. No, we don't live like that. We live like the
if
fact
there's
that
a
we know things.
99.99% chance that she's right, I'm not going to argue with her. But if there's a 99.99% chance that I'm right, I am.
But you could
That's
be
what
wrong.
you're missing.
No, but that's the thing. It's not just a teller. It's also whether someone stole your wallet. It's also whether you exist, whether you're talking here right now. No one lives believing that there's a chance that they're not existing, right? No one lives that way. And so that is the Christian worldview that says that you can trust in absolutes. You can trust these things because God is real and God is true, and objective morality is true, and abusing children will always be wrong. You see? And so there's the universality that upholds these things and will make it to the point where it's always absolute. And so if the person says, okay, well, no, and these things can change, then they're arguing an absurd worldview. They can't make heads or tails out of that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I disagree with it, but that's fine.
So if you say, and I believe I got you the other day to admit that you may not exist. Okay.
You didn't get me to admit it. I admit that all the time. I agree that there's a possibility that I don't exist.
That's that. If I had my laughing track, I would be pressing that button right now because because
Yeah,
that's
well,
an
you didn't
absurd
understand what I
lifestyle.
said. You kept saying I said I probably don't exist. I never said probably. I think it's highly likely that I do exist. You don't
That the
understand what I was saying.
language, the
I said
language itself.
possibility. Possibility.
But
Like you know what possibility means? It means non-zero chance.
but it's when we speak in the normal world, right? There's a possibility that I don't exist means that you could possibly not exist.
Yes, that is what the words mean.
And we could equivocate with that all day, today, tomorrow, and twice on Sunday, and it's always going to rationally mean what we are saying, and that is that we could possibly not exist.
What are
Yeah,
you
Is
trying to
there a
say? What are you trying to say?
I don't know what he's.
Basically,
I don't know. I guess he's trying to say that the words mean what the words mean. I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah, that is what I'm trying to say. So,
Yeah,
is there anybody who's
but here's
confused
the
with what I'm
problem.
saying?
Here's the problem with that. You took what the words I said, and then said I. That means I believe I don't exist. That means I said I probably don't exist. I didn't say any of that. I said it's a possible, and that means it's a non-zero chance. You don't understand what the words mean, and you kept
Well, then
misrepresenting what I said because you don't understand it.
okay. So what you're telling me is that I don't know regular English. Is there anybody up here also that doesn't hear him saying that there's a good chance that he doesn't exist?
I said
Is it,
possible. I said non-zero chance.
this
there's
is
a non-zero.
this is like the possibility that I'm thinking that there's a possibility that there's a God out there.
Right. That's the agnostic position, right? Because the hard atheist would say there's absolutely no chance that there is, right? That's the
It
whole
seems,
definition
yeah,
of what atheism is.
it seems to me, BX Blues, that there might be some miscommunication because when he's admitting that he has no way to prove 100% and undeniably that he's alive or dead. I mean, I think he's being honest.
Well, we're not talking about proof. We're talking about, does he believe? Does he
No,
believe?
no, no. You didn't ask, do I believe I exist? You asked, is it possible? And it's
Yeah.
possible.
Well,
Yeah.
that is possible. Absolutely. Well, possibility also has to do with your faith and your belief and your confidence in your very existence. That's the
No,
same thing.
no. Belief has nothing to do with possibility.
Absolutely.
No.
Absolutely it does. Absolutely it does. In the normal English language, in the everyday understanding of where we walk the face of this earth, you're going to tell somebody that I possibly don't exist. They're going to say, "Excuse me, does your psychiatrist know this? How long have you been off your meds?" Okay, let's be real. That's what it comes down to. And you can't change language simply because it's been an equivocation among atheists to be comfortable with this crazy language. It's absolutely unreal. You can't, but
It,
you can literally say, I know I exist. You can actually say that.
it seems to me, if you allow me, Phantom X, to respond to that, it seems to me that there's a difference between you having a conversation with people in normal day to day, yeah, of course I'm alive. But if we're going to get into this
Oh,
talking
there's a
about
difference.
God and the possibility, I think that probably you will want to watch more your words because we're trying to be accurate as much as possible and probably contemplate, like, for example, myself. If we're talking about God, yeah, I think there's a possibility, that there might be a God out there. But in my day to day conversation, probably I'm not going to say that because I'm not interested in getting a conversation about that when I'm at work, for example.
Well, that's absolutely right because the person who says that there's a possibility that God exists, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's an age-old question, and people are comfortable with the possibilities or knowing that, well, I'm not able to check for evidence everywhere between here and the end of the universe, especially behind Pluto, and we can say that, well, I cannot really say that. But to be able to say in the everyday conversation that there's a possibility, there's a statistic, there's a percentage that I may not exist, that's absurdity. That is absurdity. And you can equivocate it all you want in some made up language, and it's still going to add up to epistemology of absurdity. And there's no way to get out of that.
So what are you trying to get at with this? What are you trying to
Well, no,
help us understand?
what I want to help you understand is that you can say that I know, because I'm hearing a lot of conversation about uncertainty and you can't really know and you can't, and I'm like, we don't have to talk this way. We don't have to speak as though things are not real, as though we can't have confidence with our sensory perceptions, you
So
know?
Now you're talking.
so
I never said I don't have confidence.
Yeah, but you can possibly be non-existent.
Yeah,
then,
but I have
then,
confidence.
then
I
what
have a high.
confidence?
I even mentioned that when we talked the other day that I'm highly confident that I do exist.
But you're confident that you're giving me a percentage of your confidence and a percentage of your non-confidence. That's what
it,
you're
Yeah.
doing.
it seems to me that BX Blues is telling you, Phantom, what I was asking you about the hot stove.
Yeah.
Basically,
I have
yeah.
confidence. I have a high degree of confidence that the hot stove is going to burn your hand. But if you ask if there's a non-zero chance that I think there's a non-zero chance it won't, there is. There could be factors that I'm not aware of. Like maybe you have a mutation that doesn't let you burn. I don't know. There are people who don't feel pain.
That's true.
So like maybe you're one of those people.
Well, you can add conditions to the hypothetical, right? Depending on the hypothetical. But generally, when someone says something like, and that's why I like to use your very existence. Are you talking to me right here, right now? It's very hard to be able to say, well, possibly not. There's a probability that I'm not here. It's hard to be able to equivocate with that because it's just you'll always fall on absurdity because they say, in what world could you possibly think that you're not actually here on this chat with me having this conversation? That's absolute absurdity. You would have to say, toss all that out the window because you have to be able to say that you're confident, absolutely 100% confident to absolute truth that you are talking on this chat right now. And I will not rest until people stop equivocating on that.
So you don't think
I
of the
mean, is anybody?
possibility that we are in a dream right now?
Don't go there. Don't go there, because if you commit to that, then then that means that all your opinions, all your values, if a person were to live that way, then that means that they're giving up their knowledge and their confidence on anything else. There's a possibility that you could just be talking gibberish, that everything flies out the window. Logic flies out the window.
Yeah,
Reality flies out the window.
I
So you can't get comfortable there.
I think I get your point, and I in some way agree. I think that if we push it, like in the case of Jordan Peterson, you ask him a question, and he's like, "Well, good day, Peterson. What do you mean by day? What do you mean by
Right.
good?" And you take this
Exactly.
so far away that it's impossible to have a conversation. I
He's very
think,
evasive.
yeah, I think that's probably just what you're trying to say. And in a way, that was what I was asking Phantom. Like, if you go so far away to the other side of things in life that we don't have certainty 100% about anything, I think we run the risk of being most likely impossible to come to any conclusions because whenever you want to put your finger on something, it moves away, so you can never hit the target.
Let me ask
But
you something.
yeah, so
Javier, sorry to interrupt you. How long have you been having these dialogues on Christianity and religion and atheism, or rather, the conversations that you're having here now? How long have you been having these conversations?
I think since people starting calling in.
Oh, I mean, I'm saying in terms of years and
Oh
months and
yeah,
years,
probably 6 months, something like
6
that.
months. Right. And but how about conversations? Have you been having dialogues and conversations outside of social media?
Not really, no.
Okay, that's what I suspected about you.
Hmm.
That you're still holding on to a lot of honesty concerning your feelings and your opinions concerning this dialogue, this conversation. So you have not picked up the massive equivocation that a lot of non-believers will use in order to evade um, common sense and reality. You know, you don't. If you want to reject God, you don't. You can decide. Okay, well, I'm going to be arbitrary. I'm going to be comfortable with being arbitrary. I'm going to be comfortable with the believing in brute facts. You know that things just are. I don't know why they are. I just don't know. You know, you can say I'm a true agnostic, right? You don't have to invent equivocations and deny reality in order to deny God. You don't have to do that. If anything, you would be more appreciated by saying that, no, I don't know where the universals are being suspended. Why is there objective morality? I don't know that. Why is there objective truth? I know that there is, but I don't know why there is. And understand that because there's many things in the universe we don't know. Laws of the universe, we really don't know how they work, right? We understand these things, but years into having these dialogues, and oftentimes non-believers and so-called atheists will start using these equivocations and these explanations to try to get around their understanding of objective truth. And all it does is really embarrass people that don't believe. It just really shows that it doesn't
But
help you in any bit at
but
all.
BX Blues, I'm listening to you. You asked me about these conversations in the live streams like 6 months, but previously, years back, I used to have conversations out of social media. But right now, only in these live streams. Okay, so I used to speak with other people about these subjects. As in right now, myself, I don't have enough information, or maybe it's the opposite. I have enough information to tell me that the God of the Bible at least is not real.
Right. Okay. Well, that's honest. That's your honesty, and I really respect you for that. And I've gotten that impression from you from the very beginning. I said, well, this person, it doesn't, has his objections, but he sounds different than 90% of a lot of God deniers that are on here. You know, we're not going to agree. You have your objections, and I have objections to the not God worldview, right? But why should we embarrass each other? You know what I mean? Why should we not have honest dialogue? Because the equivocator and the person who's trying to deny reality is a person who's just uh, uh, settling for absurdity, and it
When
doesn't
when
help the case.
when you say reality, what is your reality?
Well, reality is reality. I believe that we all have a shared reality well, of course, personal experience is something totally different. You have your experience where you live, where you've grown up. That's something completely different. But reality and truth is constant. It's the same thing. It's just one thing,
For
right?
example,
And like, is it true that you're sitting here right now? That true. We share that truth. I see that we're both sitting here right now, and it's a reality that we're both engaged in conversation. It's reality that the sun is hot. It's a reality. There's many things that if someone were to say, well, the moon tastes like cheese, we can say no. That's totally, definitely not reality. We will both agree with that, right? Um,
when it comes to
if
God,
we were and then when it comes to God, you can say, well, you don't believe, and I don't believe, and I do believe, right? I can say, well, the reality of God is that um, he has revealed himself in what he has created and what he has written down. That is reality. Now, your representation of reality is that that is not true, right? That's how
Correct.
you're interpreting reality. You understand? You would say that I'm denying reality, and I would say that you're denying reality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but it's just because we have a different opinion. You say that the scriptures portray God as evil. I say that you're taking the wrong narrative, but you're not equivocating on things that are true, or rather, in that are objectively true. You know, and I don't think we need to do that in order to disagree with each other. It all it does is kind of belittle the conversation. It belittles, you know, um, uh, the dialogue, and I think something like this would actually be more fair and more like, for instance, like the questions that you asked me. I thought you were pigeonholing me to a to ask to answer the questions the way you felt comfortable listening to my answers, right? But I understood it. I said, well, that's his perspective. That's what he's guiding me towards that. Um, you say, well, you're getting a feelings based. Your religion is feelings based. I would not deny that, of course. God forgives sins, and now we have a liberation of being right with God now. But is it true that the totality of the faith is a feelings based a crutch? No, it's not, because you can't tell that to somebody who's in Nigeria right now, who's just trying to go to church with his family, and they're getting slaughtered. You see, so their religion is the same faith, but they're not having a feelings based experience. You know, they're struggling to be able to have this faith. They're worrying,
You,
but because of their devotion, they are continuing forward.
you know, BX Blues, excuse me. Thank you for. I think I'm listening to you quietly and trying to understand honestly what you're saying. I think there's something of value from what you're saying. I think you're saying what you're saying is that it's important to have these conversations. At the same time, you're presenting your views and what you see as your reality, which pretty much I don't agree with anything when it comes to your definitions or your reality about God. Um, the reason that one of the reasons apart from making money, I'm honest about this. I don't have to keep repeating it, but I think I want to provide something of value that could be of value for humanity, and is to bring awareness to people that if we don't understand how we operate as human beings, that is what is getting us in trouble right now in humanity, and that's why we have all these problems. And when I say that it's problematic when you introduce a God to a society, is because it takes that aim of a person to try to understand themselves and takes it away into an invisible God, and that will keep us in trouble as human beings, even when the God is making you feel good. So I'm trying to bring awareness that feeling good is not a good way um, to find a source that is good for us as human beings. Feel good is one of the worst ways to point you to truth.
Well, I think I understand that's how you feel, but in my opinion, it's a mischaracterization of the totality of the faith. It's only a feel good. You're saying that it's a feel good in terms of like kind of characterizing it like a crutch, but there's more to the faith than the feeling good because you have now had your sins forgiven and you're walking with your creator. It's more than that. It's also struggling with your sins. It's being right with God. It's also sometimes persecution. It's the laughter, it's the mocking in society. Christians are known for being the number one persecuted group, people group on the face of this earth and historically.
Remember that you're telling this to an ex-Christian.
Well, when I asked you concerning your faith, what during my segment of the questions,
Mm-hmm.
I determined, and of course we didn't have kind of like a summary of what we determined And I was thinking about it. Maybe we should have had included that within your questions. I thought it was a pretty good um, paradigm that you created there. I said, well, should we have created a maybe like a little summary of it? And I thought, well, maybe it'll work, maybe it won't, right? Because
At the
maybe
end,
it'll,
you mean at the
yeah,
end? Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah.
was
I
thinking,
thought about it too.
it,
Yes, yes.
and I'm thinking maybe maybe we'll just mess it up. If
No,
we
no,
do that,
no. I think
we
it's a
might
good
mess it up.
idea. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah,
Some like 2 or 3 minutes for a conclusion, from the
right.
questioner, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. So what I concluded was that not only were you pigeonholing your answers, what you wanted to hear from the questions, but you also mischaracterizing Christianity by just holding on to what you would call the feel-good message, which is what atheists historically have said, that Christianity is a crutch. It's nothing new. That argument has been I've heard that for the past 45 years. But the issue is that um, uh, it's also the standard by which you were a considered yourself a Christian. I based on my questions, I I concluded that you came in, you were forced to go to church, you were not fully and properly discipled by those people around you. There was a number of attributes. You didn't fully understand the scriptures other than reading them for yourself. And I said, based on those questions, of course, there's more you can possibly add to that. But based on the answers to the questions, as minimal as they could be, this is what I gathered, that your introduction to Christianity was one that isn't absolutely biblical in terms of how we're supposed to come to faith. And so under those circumstances, it could very well be the fact that you felt yourself by emotions, by the very standard that you're judging Christians. You were hanging that up based on your emotions at the time, and then you started to lean towards somewhere else when you started to really develop who you truly were. And you said, well, this isn't for me, this isn't really what I truly believe, it's not really in me. So then you decided to shake it off, but it wasn't truly you. Because in my theology, it's not, we do not assent to accept God. That is not what the scriptures teach. What the scriptures do teach is that the Lord saves us. If you read John chapter 6, it says that he is the one that draws us. And in John chapter 3, it says that the Holy Spirit indwells us and he
But
selects.
but
Go on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I wanted to ask you something in regards to what you're saying right now. In the case when I was asking you questions, I mean, we agree that as long as the God feel good, you will continue believing. But if the God feel bad, you will stop.
Absolutely. And I still agree with that.
Yeah.
That,
So for
but
for
that's outside of the context. That's outside of the context of Christianity.
yeah, in my point of view, you cannot take the human being out of Christianity
No, that's
because
not what I mean.
you're the one doing the believing.
No, I understand, but I'm doing the believing. But the feel good that you're talking about is the
Mhm.
joy of having the Lord forgiven us, and we're walking with our Lord. But the totality of the Christian faith is the fact that we also mourn. We also mourn for those that are lost. We mourn for family members that are not saved. We mourn for what we see in the world, and the struggles and the persecutions. We mourn. If you read Hebrews chapter 10, it talks about all the sufferings that people in the faith have had to endure, and they decide and they persevered. So it's also a religion of perseverance, of struggle.
But
It's not just about a feel good. So it's a mischaracterization.
I think BX Blues. It seems to me that you. No, I'm gonna take it on me. I probably not communicating this very well. I think that if you approach Christianity, at least in having a conversation with me, by taking God and Christianity out of the conversation, at least, I'm not telling you to stop believing in God, out of the conversation for a few minutes, and let's talk about you. Okay? I think we're gonna find out things, and we're gonna find out the reason why you believe and what for. And I think that's extremely important because you're the one doing the believing. And in my point of view, we're going to find out that we're going to go to a raw human being, your emotions, stuff that we don't talk about. There is a world to talk about in regards to how you operate as a human being. This is not taught in schools. Nobody wants you to talk about this. And it just happens that whatever you do in your life, whatever action you take, and the most crazy, brutal actions that you're gonna take in your life are based on emotions, not on logic. So whenever whoever wants to have a conversation about God and believing in God, and they want to move on real quickly about talking about you as a believer, I suspect that you don't want to get into that conversation because you're gonna run the risk for us to find out that the reason the believer is doing the belief is because of personal reasons, not because of God.
Well, I have two concerns about that. Number one, how will my responses um, be judged or be characterized based on that? And number two, um, the brutal the brutal psychoanalysis that I'm gonna have to go through um, in, in order to for you to pick up on these feelings, because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like a torturous psychoanalysis. I'd be interested to go through it because I don't jump out of planes or do any wild styles type issues, but I would go for extra questioning. I wouldn't mind.
I think that I don't want you to stop believing, but I think that there's an aspect about us that if we don't do that contact internally, we don't do that self analysis, we run the risk of bypassing it. And that would lead to ignorance, and we can make wrong decisions about stuff that feels good. You know what I'm talking about when we sometimes fall in love with the wrong woman. We know it logically, but emotionally we feel something else and we take action on the emotion and not on the thoughts, on the information. We do this all day. I'm trying to share with people that as a human being, the way we take action is not by logic, it's by logic and feeling. Feelings will always precede our actions. If it's not 100% of the time, it's going to be 99% of the times that whatever we do in this life, your emotions, your feelings are going to be involved. And you can analyze your life right now, including jumping into this live stream. You must have felt something that led you to connecting to this live stream and having this conversation. It was not only logic, it was not only data. There's two ingredients for you in order to take action. And that process happens also when you believe in a God.
Oh, no doubt. But ironically, this is actually not only is this there's a doctrine that 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 steers believers away from that we believe that the heart is deceptively wicked, and who could know it? That's what the Bible talks. It literally says you cannot depend, you cannot fall on your emotions or on things that are not true. And because we serve a God that is logical, that is truthful, that has ordained for us the confidence that we can have in critical thinking, and that's what makes humanity the intelligence that humans have is the ability to think critically, right? And so that is part of what the Bible talks about when it says that 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 the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge and wisdom. And that's what it's literally talking about. So the scriptures literally speak about what you're talking about. And it speaks about don't fall for the emotions, don't fall
Mm,
for the foolishness. So it's
mm,
ironic that you're saying that because
yes.
you're making it as though that's the totality of the religion and the faith, but in fact that's actually what the Bible teaches against. We can trust critical thinking because, like, for instance, I'm the one here that's arguing about objective truth and objective reality. I'm the one who's pushing that yeah, you can have faith in what you know and what you've believed and what's true and what's real. Why? Because we're made in God's image. So, and because He's real and because He's truthful, we could stand on objectivity.
There's something extremely problematic about something that you said. I think that the Bible's saying that our feelings we cannot trust because they're wicked or something like that. That is extremely deceiving. And I think that is extremely dishonest. And that's one of the reasons we are in the problems that we have right now. Because the most important thing in your life is what you're feeling right now. There's nothing else. When you're sick, the problem that you have when you're sick is not that you're sick. The problem is how you feel about being sick. The problem when you break up with your wife or your girlfriend is not the breakup, the problem is how you feel about it. And this happens with everything in your life. If you don't feel, you don't live. So I made a live stream talking about the most important thing in our life is how we feel. This is one of the most important tools that we have as a human beings, because it just happens that it takes invisibility, something like a thought that you cannot see, and it brings it into reality. This is the power of feel. Whoever came up with some discovery, they thought about it, but they cannot bring it into reality unless they feel something that, like a motivation, something that start that process, whatever you have in your mind, and takes it into reality. Whoever comes up with something they discover, they're going to tell you they are excited about it. If they don't put excitement in it, emotions, feeling in it, it's not going to come to reality. This is something so important that we have to talk as human beings. And imagine we're not talking about that, and we're talking about invisible gods. How problematic that is for human beings. You're taking your energy away from what's supposed to be the most important thing in your life, and you're throwing it away into the ether, to an invisible God. It's been thousands of years. It's not making it.
So let me ask you, so should we lead our reality towards our realities by feelings, or should we avoid our living within our realities because of feelings? Because it sounds like you're contradicting yourself. On the one hand, you're saying that Christianity is about feelings and that's why you're sticking around, but at the same time, well, you got to depend on your feelings. That's totally important. It sounds like you're saying both things from different sides of your mouth. It sounds
I,
like you're contradicting yourself.
yeah, it seems to me that feel, us as human beings, is a powerful tool that if we don't understand it and control it, it's going to work against us. Because sometimes we're going to feel that something is real, like a God, when it's not. If we don't understand that tool is going to end up crushing us. We can get a phobia. I'm an expert on that topic. So if you understand that you're a human being and you have this energy inside of you that is helping you to stay alive, that's how important I see feel. This is something so powerful that if you don't control it and understand it, can work against you. Just like people say, like unconscious, if you walk through life unconsciously, that powerful unconscious is going to attack you or put you in trouble if you don't control it with your conscious. Same thing with energy, with feelings, I'm sorry. You don't understand it, it's going to control you, because it is supposed to be doing something inside you as a human being. You don't control this energy, it's going to keep doing what it has to do without your control. So
I hear a lot of conceptualization, right? I hear a lot of information that you're saying that is what you would probably say about me that I'm preaching.
mhm.
It's a lot of kind of psychological um, uh, language that's not very tangible. It's not a lot of meat in the sandwich.
Like for
It,
example,
like when you're saying that the way you're describing the feelings. What I'd like to know is that when do you know that the feelings are are true, and when do you know that the feelings are not true?
man, what a beautiful question. Beautiful question. It's to me, it seems that feel is a tool that makes you take direction and action towards something that you're finding valuable. You move because we were made with mobility, with the purpose of exploring in that direction. For what? We have to discover something. I don't know what it is.
You
Life
mean
seems to me
value
that
like
is work,
God?
work. It could be. It could be.
But it can't be because that's what you're saying that we shouldn't do.
No, I'm what I'm saying is that you cannot rely on what you're feeling as a source of truth. You cannot jump into a conclusion that something is true based on what you're feeling, because feeling is only a tool to move you towards something that then you have to evaluate and compare and analyze and do critical thinking about it. And then together with your feelings and all the rest of this information, you can pretty much come to a conclusion. But when someone tells me that God feels good, I'm like, probably that's why they say there's evidence, because they feel that there's evidence. That's why they say that God is real, because they feel that God is real. Whenever someone associates a feeling with a God, that's how I know most likely there's not a God.
I can't agree with you more. And there are religious people that do communicate themselves that way. But what you're saying, it sounds like you're saying that you have to analyze your critical thinking and analyze what is true first, and then from there you um, extract whatever feeling comes out of that. That sounds like what you're saying, right?
No, no. For example, for example, I can feel good. Some people tell me, Javier, you're doing the same thing. It feels good for you not to believe in God. I tell them, no, I'm doing this live streams. Yes, because it makes me feel good. I feel good about it. But have you ever heard me saying that I have come to the conclusion that there's no God? Absolutely no, no, no. I'm an atheist. No. Why? Because I continue to analyze. I'm asking people to give me information. Do you have any information about evidence for God? Because I need more data. I need more information. I don't rely and trust solely the information coming from the book. I don't believe the supposed 500 witnesses. So I haven't come to a conclusion yet. Sometimes I feel good about asking questions, about people telling me about their views, like listening to you makes me feel good. You know, I don't jump to conclusions based on what you're telling me. So I'm still searching, asking questions, exploring, and trying to discover something that probably could be of value to me and to humanity. When a believer does the opposite, they know it's God. They have come to a conclusion, and coincidentally, the conclusion feels good.
Yeah, I say that because I recognize what is true, and then from the truth I extract or I experience the feelings. That's why I'm saying that. And I'm saying, okay, well,
Mm,
then you have to establish what is true first,
mm,
right? And then live within that. And from that
mm,
you can derive your feelings. That's my
mm.
understanding.
Yeah, it seems to me that you're doing the opposite. You have come to a conclusion, and you're trying to validate that conclusion that you have concluded. And when something aligns with that conclusion that you have already made, it brings more good feelings.
Or more new or more validation.
And the
That
more
then
validation,
generates
more
and
good
more good
feelings.
feelings. Yeah,
Yes. It's
yes,
an
absolutely.
if it's an infinite feedback loop.
It's like finding a cave that's that has a treasure chest in it, and then you find out that the cave is really deep, and the deeper you go, the deeper the more you find more treasure chests. So with with every treasure chest I find and a nugget of gold, the more good feelings I get out of it, right? So that's
Mhm.
kind of the way I'm representing what you're saying, because the feelings, as long as the feelings come from the fact that what I'm what I believe in is true. That's where my validation is, right? Because I say, well, okay, so how do I believe these things? If I believe that the Lord makes me believe, right? God has saved me, right? And based on the information that I keep learning within the text, right? I say, well, this affirms and continues to affirm my faith, right? And so that feeling will come from that, but it doesn't mean that I'm not
Yes.
void of critical thinking. It's not, it doesn't mean that I'm void of utilizing evidence, because I do have, the Christian does have evidence.
But
Every time we turn on the 6 o'clock news, and every time we see something that we also see in the text, well, God said that this was going to happen. God, that is for them, in their worldview, that is a legitimate evidence.
you said that God saved you.
Yes.
You have come to that conclusion.
Yes.
And how's the conclusion feel to you?
It was great.
Yeah,
Got it.
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yep. But that's the consequence of having the faith,
So
right? It's
so
not the other way around.
no, you have come to, in my point of view, respectfully, you have come to a conclusion. It feels good. You will continue to expand on this source of feel good that you have found, because you know there's more feel good to feel.
There's more treasure going
If
down.
you yes, you have a big treasure and the treasure feels good. If you decide to drop God out of your life, you're gonna have to deal with yourself and your emotions without a God. No more feel good. And you don't want that. You're gonna have to find other sources of feel good, and you are trouble with that option. You don't want that. In my point of view, I'm not saying that you're doing that. I'm saying that every believer, to me, when they say that they feel good about God, there's something there to have a conversation about.
So what feel good does the Nigerian Christian have when they're trying to get from their house to the church, and they could possibly get beheaded just for going to church? Would you associate that with a good feeling?
Absolutely, 100%.
Wow.
Yes, and I can
Okay.
explain to you why. This is like, why would you feel good about saving, risking your life for saving someone that is gonna drown? Why in the world would you do that? That doesn't feel good, right?
Isn't that kind of like just a reaction? Most
Mm,
people don't realize it, why they're jumping in they're not really
yeah.
thinking about it.
The
They're
thing that
they're
happens, yeah, the thing that happens is that when we go through this process of feeling, getting data, analyzing the data, feeling, and then taking action, sometimes that's conscious and sometimes that's unconscious. You're not gonna have the same reaction from someone that they live their life in an office and going to home and back to other office. They're not gonna have the same reaction of someone that has always been trained like a firefighter to save lives, and they have waited their entire lives to be the hero, and now they're presented with this situation. They're not gonna think about it. They're just gonna jump into the water. That's it. Because if that person drowns and they're right there knowing that the entire life they have trained for that moment, they're not going to be able to take it. It's going to be feel painful. So they decide to jump in almost automatically because they know most likely what's going to be the result, them being a hero. We all go through this process as human beings. We evaluate consciously or unconsciously.
I don't fully uh understand how that feelings based uh paradigm works in the scenario of a person just reacting. You said subconsciously.
Yes.
Is this a psychological analysis that you're operating on, or is this
You,
something
you,
that you
you don't,
picked up
this
on
is
your own?
very easy. An example, take someone that has a phobia. They don't think about things, they just react. It's just a strong impression association in their system they have a thought or a situation or a scenario strongly attached to an emotional reaction. This is automatically the same way a firefighter reacts to a situation, or an MMA fighter. They, you ask a person that does MMA fighting, they tell you, hey, the punches throw themselves. This is automatic. They're going through a painful situation, they're gonna throw punches back. It's just automatic. Actually, they want these automatic reactions from their body, but the feelings have to be there. If they're not going through pain or through the nervousness or anxiety, most likely they're gonna lose the fight. You're not
I
gonna
don't
win a fight by logic.
I don't fully see the connection between that and a feelings like crutch um, situation that the Christian goes through. But it sounds like that this is like a psychological. Is this a psychological analysis that's known in psychology or something like that? Or
It sounds like that because we don't talk about us as human beings. So it
did you
sounds
study
like
psychology?
no. I think it took me to almost lose my life in an airplane to start questioning everything, my life and everything. I thought I was dead. Uh,
Wow,
yeah, so
you crashed?
no, I almost crashed. I went through
Wow.
a really tough situation, but I think there's a difference between what we're doing right now and when you are presented with death or pain up to a level that you cannot handle it. Life is totally different. So at those moments is when you realize, hey, I think we didn't talk about the important things in life. It's at those moments of raw reality that hits you in the face and punch you in the face like, man, I wish I could understand more about myself. What the hell did I do that? Why did I reacted that way? I don't understand what I did, the things that I did. I don't get it. My life was horrible. I cannot believe I'm gonna die. Looking at my life the way I lived it. So I'm just trying to bring awareness that uh, it seems to me that there are conversations that we're not having. We're having about the invisible gods. We're having about these gods, and we're not having as human beings. Don't stop believing. Don't take the God away. But how about we talk about us for a moment? For some people, it's going to be a reality check. They're going to say, yeah, I think I believe in God because, yes, I need it in my life. I need meaning in my life. Yeah, continue believing. If the God makes you feel good and there's nothing else in your life and it helps you to go through the pains that you're going right now, man, believe. Who am I to tell you not to believe? I don't have anything else that's going to make you feel better. I don't have the answers. I'm just pointing out something that I think is causing us problems.
I think that's
Um,
a very long, a long, well, I think that's a tall mountain to have to, it's like climbing one of those really tall mountains, the Everglades or whatever, I don't know, Mount St. Helens, to climb that and to try to separate one from the belief, the faith, and the God, like you say, right? Where when in fact the
Thank
scriptures
you,
and
Phantom.
can you
Sorry.
hear me?
Yeah, I
Can you
was
hear me?
saying bye to Phantom that he has to go to bed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's going to be a tall order to be able to put oneself to the side when in fact there's everything in the faith that literally teaches that we are one with Christ, that we become one with him. So that's a oneness, and outside of Christ is where the trouble lies. You see, so it's actually a a philosophy that's completely opposite of what you're talking about. You're talking about separating yourself from it, standing out and looking outward, whereas the Christian faith is literally talking about you becoming one with Christ, leaving the elementary simplicity of the world and becoming joined with Christ, and not only in perfection but in truth and reality. You see, it's inextricably opposing what you're saying. So anyone who's a true believer would not be able to do what you're saying.
I'm
You
saying
understand what I'm
take
saying?
it. Yeah, I'm saying take it out of the conversation for a moment, not out of your life. That's why I say you don't have to stop believing.
So
It's
if let's say, for
just
instance, if you take it out, even outside of the conversation, um, it, it would be impossible. I'm confessing to you that it would be impossible even for me, because anything that's related to the faith itself, or to myself, anything that's of value to me and of purpose is found in him,
that's
right?
that has an explanation. That is called an emotional attachment.
Not only emotional attachment, but it's not just the sensory experience known as emotions. It's also objective reality. It's also absolute morality. It's absolute. It's also perfection. The concept of
You
perfection.
you're describing things that you believe right now.
And that's part of my worldview. I'm not just plucking it out from the atmosphere. It's
Hmm.
actually part of the worldview. So to be able to think, because the Bible literally says we think our thoughts after him. So
Mm.
that it also says we have the mind of Christ. So if you're saying, wow, these people are so indoctrinated, yes. These people are so emotional, yes, that and more. It's not just that. It's worse
No,
than you think, in other words. That's
yeah,
what I'm trying to tell you.
that's problematic.
It's problematic for you,
No,
for
it's
the
problematic.
conversation.
So I give you an example. It's problematic because you're doing that with one specific God. There's other people doing the same as you're doing with other gods.
Yes, that's true.
So I
That's true.
think the common denominator is not the God, it's the
That's true.
believer.
Yeah, well, what it is, like, again, since God has given us the confidence of critical thinking, then we can say, well, I can trust my critical thinking that it is sound, right? When we talk to someone else, of another religion or of another persuasion, another worldview, we basically say, okay, this is my worldview. This is where I'm operating from. Now tell me where you are operating from. And now we can do an internal critique to see which worldview will actually have greater critical thinking, will accommodate more to reality, will accommodate more to upper epistemology. You see what I'm saying? That's
Mhm.
what it's all about. That's what it's all about. And we can do that. Like, for instance, I consider atheism just another religion. I think atheists are extremely religious, because a religion doesn't always have to do with a deity, right? We know that there are some religions out there that don't have a deity. But even if that's the case, atheists, I believe they worship the man in the mirror. The person that they worship is the one who they depend on to sustain them. Whatever that is, um, that becomes their deity. Whether it's their 401k, whether it's their children, their
But
families,
but what
whatever it is, that becomes their deity.
but why would a believer care what an atheist think or believe?
Again, because we're supposed to go out into the world, and we're supposed to give the good news. Just like I wrote
Mm.
earlier in the book of Peter, he wrote that we are to be able to defend, give an apologia, of understanding of the hope that is within us, and to give it to share it with people with patience and understanding. You see, all of that is projected within the faith. And every time when you talk to me, if you think you're ever going to talk to me, the person, you're never going to get through to me. It's always going to be my I'm always going to give you what the scriptures have said about me, and
You,
what
you,
the scriptures have laid out for me.
you're pretty much describing that you are under a doctrine.
Yes,
Yeah,
total
yeah,
control.
that's another thing that is problematic.
Yeah, the Bible literally says we are slaves of Christ.
Yeah,
So if you
that's
call me
extremely
if you call
problematic.
if you if you call me a robot, I'll tell you I'm not just a robot. I'm a slave. A slave.
Yeah, but
He's a good master.
all right, BX Blues. I've extended this conversation because I should have shut down this live stream probably almost
Okay.
like an hour ago because it's interesting. I mean, I think you have a very good way of communicating. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna say something for 1 minute, and you can close it off. You can even pray or say whatever you want in 1 minute. Is that okay with you? And we shut it down.
Sure.
So, okay. So for me, basically, these things that you're saying, that's what I'm expressing in this live stream that is problematic because you're doing it with a specific God and other people are doing it with other gods and other people are doing it with gods that they are creating and other people do it with things that are associated with violence, but because they are on a doctrine, they don't see the reality of their actions. And that's what I'm trying to bring conscious, that we have to talk about the believer more and not about the God, because we are the ones doing the believing, we are the ones doing the killing, we are the ones doing the brutality. So it's not the God doing these bad things, it's the human being. So I'm not coming to conclusions. I'm just saying I think it would be better if we have conversations about us. In the case of BX Blues, that has been so kind to join us, it seems to me that he has come to the conclusion and he's trying to put the stitches together in order to make it into the God and explain the God and continue in this road that he has, up to a conversation. My opinion. Go ahead, BX Blues. You close it in 1 minute.
Well, when you say that that there are people that have different religions, and then people are out there and they create their own religions, and absolutely, we're going to have that in the world because I believe, and I believe it could be demonstrated through observable experience that people inherently are religious. And so the person who says that they don't have a God, or so-called atheists, they're probably more religious than anyone else, because they themselves have established for themselves a person to be all sustaining what they believe in. It becomes their deity. They ultimately will end up worshiping the woman or the man in the mirror. They have rituals, like everyone has rituals, not just religious people have rituals, but then they also have a system of ethics that they determine for themselves. Okay, so that is all religion. In fact, in the book of James, he says that the person who has good religion is the one who cares about widows and visits orphans in their time of need, right? So if you agree that visiting widows and orphans in their time of need is a good thing, then you believe in good religion, right? And so, according to James, of course, but the atheists will make themselves out to be as though they're neutral, but they're not neutral. Okay, they're just as religious as any other religion. They're just another denomination. Okay, because they believe this way, they believe that way. What really matters is the fact that we can judge all these things together with the critical thinking that we've been able to use throughout humanity, right? To be able to build skyscrapers, to be able to be philosophers, to be doctors and lawyers, and build civilizations. That same critical thinking we can use to determine what is true and what is a lie. And that's how we determine how crazy certain religions are, and how certain atheistic systems will end up being like Mao Zedong or Pol Pot or Hitler, or all of these people that were atheists, that they then began to rule as gods and call themselves gods, and you have to worship their picture, just like the man in North Korea. That those people rule like gods and they consider themselves gods, right? And they don't believe in God, they're atheistic. We've seen over 120 million people die because of atheist systems,
10
okay,
seconds.
in the recent past. Okay, so I appreciate the opportunity to talk and to talk to you today. And without a doubt, I look forward to talking to you more in the future.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for stopping by and having this conversation. I have enjoyed it. And even though we disagree with everything pretty much, I mean, this is a demonstration that as human beings and adults, we can have conversations even when we disagree. So thank you very much, VX Blues. Awesome conversation. And hopefully you'll join again, okay? And good channel. Can you say the name of your channel so people can know your channel?
My channel is at Divine Nature Online on YouTube and divinenature.net on the internet. Thanks.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thank you, Crypto, also. Have a great night. So, everybody on the live stream right now, everybody having their own conversations in the chats. Thank you so much for stopping by and participating and letting us know your points of views, your opinions, your beliefs. We disagree, we agree, we disagree, but I think it's important to have these types of conversations when it comes to humanity. We could be doing anything else right now in the internet, but we're trying to have these conversations with, in my point of view, are extremely important. So thank you so much, everybody. Have a great night, and I'll see you again tomorrow night with another live stream.